Need you guys to turn your cams on.
Me.
Oh, shit. Oh, dude. I had some fucking... I had, like, chorizo fries, like a chorizo fry bowl or some shit, for lunch. And, man, I'm fighting for my fucking life.
Well, too spicy?
Yeah. Well, not too spicy in the sense of, like, I can't eat it. I love spicy food, but the rest of my body hates it. So, like, I'll eat spicy food and then I'll pay for it later. It's tough.
Whoa, my mic's on. What the heck? That's rare. Oh. Oh no, just on the wrong scene. What the heck?
Oh.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our weekly here, ran by Serene Balance Production over in the background. This is probably the first time you're hearing us tonight. You know, Valkyrie here on the mic, along with with JoyBoy here. How you doing?
No, all right, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm not fighting for my life, and I'm sure you're not either. So we
I
are
can never be.
having yeah, a great time, great time. We're getting ready for some grand archive here. It's been a while. I have not been on a Thursday weekly in quite a bit, but I'm super excited to be back. The meta is being, um, what's the word we're looking for here? It's being unique, I think is the polite way to say it.
Okay, you know what? Unique. I can mess with that. I can mess with that.
It's just
Yeah,
you got the
a little confusing, maybe.
yeah.
Interesting, maybe you could say. It's I don't. I feel it feels so weird because like you can. There's like there's some decks that are like cool and interesting popping up, but then there's also the decks where you're like, oh damn, another one of these that's like tough. Like
Mhm.
I think generally the Wind Crux Lorraine deck that's been sort of popping up in a lot of the regionals, I think that's pretty uh interesting, cool, maybe not innovative because we've seen something similar like this before. Usually like Merlin and stuff where you sort of, bounce your prismatic to gain a bunch of value that way.
Mhm.
But it's cool to see it sort of come back and actually perform relatively well. So
Yeah, I've been keeping up with it. Unfortunately, I'm going to be the bearer of the negative talk here. I think the deck is cope. I honestly, people rely too much on the AL and the value package. I don't think it really has a decent way to close out the game like most decks do. But that has always been the issue with Wind Crux, right? Ever
yeah,
since its inception with the Ferrari list that Limelight created back in DOA, it just lost that like little bit of oomph to close out games. We saw Team True Champ bring it out for the first national season, and it still had to rely on just flooding the board with allies and then buffing them with phalanx and banner knights. And I still think we're in that weird situation where Win doesn't have game closers. They have like ways to get back into the game and value engines, but nothing to do after that.
I totally agree with you. Actually, I've play tested the deck a little bit, and one of the problems I did have was that even though like when you get to the late game you feel like pretty good, there is no way for you to like completely like boom, this is how I win the game. It's more of like a I gain value, I negate your value kind of thing, which can work against a lot of decks, but against some decks you don't do it enough and you just like die. I can imagine playing against like a Rye and then just like completely dying because, you know, you get arcane blasted for a trillion and you have no way to prevent that, right? Like I can definitely see that happening. It did feel like obviously anytime you like, you know, flicker your prismatic edge, it's gonna get you some value, especially if you have like the rainbow and you deal the damage, you draw the card, you banish the card at random, you do the, like sort of everything. It does feel strong, but like you said, I definitely agree that it doesn't feel like I have gotten to the crux now. I will win the game very soon. Like something like Fire Merlin does, right? Fire Merlin gets a couple levels and immediately you're like, hey, this fireball's about to hit you really hard. Like, do you have an answer or are you gonna die? Like, so I totally agree for sure.
Yeah, I really like eloquently how you put it. It's you have the catalyst, it's just still missing that stuff. Like you even look at one of the most prominent win decks out there at level 3, which was Tristan, and it was just like you build up value, build up that momentum, and then just one big shadow strike, which still takes time. It's not like you hit 3 and go, all right, I got you. Compared to these other elements. But the good news is we don't have to worry about any win crux this round. We actually have a pretty fun pairing between it, so you might have to buckle in. It might be a long one. We have a Fire CL against Water Umbra Specters. And if we know anything about these two decks is Water Specters loves to recover and CL is very hard to kill.
Yeah, I mean definitely. This is in the nicest way possible. This like Water Umbra Specters is one of those decks that I look at and I'm like, I'm in for so much punishment. Like we're about to do nothing for 50 minutes. I'm gonna lose game 1 because I can't kill you, and then we're not gonna get to play. We're not gonna get to finish game 2. Like that's what I feel like. You know, especially because a lot of these lists are relying on stuff like Dynastic Whirlpool, and you're just like, oh, I'm gonna get milled out. Like you're gonna activate 2 cards, I'm gonna lose half my deck. Like, which is, you know, ironic coming from the mill player, but yeah, you know, I do like a lot of the Umbra stuff, so that's pretty cool. But some of the like infinite recovery things is super. You're just like, oh man, this is tough. One of the things that I do want to mention though, this list is playing obviously Distorted Queen, Alice level 1, the Spectre, the Umbra level 2, and then the Exalted level 3 Chessman one, which is kind of interesting. Obviously, you know, you get to keep a lot of the stuff because of Alice lineage, so it makes sense, but it's interesting that I don't think we run any like Chessman stuff in this list.
Yeah, and I think a lot of players are sort of opting into Alice 3. I know personally when we were doing the testing it with Umbra Alice, it was considered like you are running the double pawns, and if you are at level 2 and feel like you need that level up or extra value, you double pawns at the end of your opponent's turn, making your level up to level 3 only cost 1 effectively, which you'll easily have a float for that. Get to 3, and then your beginning recollection, you get another pawn, which means 3 chess pieces you get to draw into memory. And if your opponent doesn't remove those pawns, you pretty much get a free GCR every turn. And that value sometimes can really outpace decks like these Jin, like these CLs, things that are slightly slower that it's okay to be making that sort of play style for.
Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see that. It's again, like I said, it's definitely one of those decks where it's like, if you don't kill me or like heavily hinder my game plan, we're about to go on for so long. I'm gonna do everything that I want to. You're gonna have nothing to say about it. But Obviously, CL, not one to scoff at. We are on Serene Fire, so another one that takes a long time to kill. We both kind of sitting there with the near infinite life pool, but I am seeing some stuff here that is kind of different from a lot of the stuff we've seen, like conflagrative trounce. I don't think I've seen in a lot of lists. Obviously,
Mhm.
the majority of the lists that I see are oblation lists, so those usually tend to look very different from like a regular fire, like let's say Coop CL. But this one seems to be more of like a fire Umbra. I do the CL thing. We have Flame Source Cells. We have Spirels, Beguiling Coup, Umbro Chevalier. I don't think I've seen that card in CL in a long time. So we'll see how it goes. Interesting. These like I said, these are both kind of grindy decks. Oblation can very quickly spike damage, but something like
Mhm.
Fire Coup kind of has to like ramp up a little bit more.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a game where, or a deck where they're just like, let's put all the good stuff Sale has into a deck and just sort of go from there. But here we are jumping into game one, round one of our North American online RDO regional with TCG. We have Atcon, that water Alice in the bottom. You see that nice pixel sprite. And on the top right, we see Shinjolkari. I hope I pronounced that right on that fire seal. And it is getting a word. It's Shinji O Ikari. And we are off to the races, Joy Boy.
Is this? I feel like I'm a little bit familiar with some of the Water Spectre allies, mostly because when PTM released, Cam was trying a bunch of Alice lists. He loves Alice, so I know sort of tangentially what Miss B Whispertail does. I just know you're not supposed to clear it because it's gonna get sacrificed anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a 3/1 that's gonna punch you in the face every time. So that's a little interesting. You do get to recover or not recover, draw a card in the memory, which is pretty good. It's kind of one of those things where like, do I just kill? Do I like try like make them kill this thing themselves, or do I just get punched in the face for one every time? Like, what do I do here?
Yeah, it almost gives like that like library witch feeling,
Right.
right? You
Yeah.
don't want to kill it because they'll get a card, but you have to kill it eventually.
Yeah. It's the ever present conundrum in Grand Archive of like, do I kill the Mad Tea Party, or do I try to just deal damage through it?
Exactly here. And one of the reasons why you maybe want to kill it early is just because when the poor little Whispertail does go ahead and sacrifice itself, you do get an additional haunt counter on the Phasmagoria, and that does matter a lot in this variant of the deck.
Yeah, and we see. I love this card. Drifting Abyss Shell. It just puts haunt counter on your ally, and when it dies, you get the haunt counter as you normally would. Also, it's a 2/1, so this one you really do want to clear. You definitely don't want to get punched in the face for 2 every turn. So there's a lot of these allies that like gain value for being put on the board, but also from dying. Um, I gotta say really quick, it's been I haven't casted in a little bit, especially here in Serene Balance Productions. I really love the 2D sprites that are on the screen. I haven't seen these yet, and man, do they look good. I hope we get to
They
see a Nico
are
one eventually.
beautiful. They're really good. Adds a lot, tons of personality to the overlay. And just as nice. Stay tuned for every the next couple of rounds when we have unique champions. You can definitely see what their sprites look at. But Shin over here, end of turn, angelic channeling, not banishing any cards with it, just using that for that fast speed float, going into that CL level 1 and getting their own mastery here. Important enough, Atka did not opt into using that Phantasmagoria to go ahead and bottom some cards and mill some cards. So I'm curious if that was a missed trigger or if there's some serious contemplation of wanting to keep specifically that Whispertail or whatever is on top of your deck there.
Yeah, this is interesting. I feel like almost all the time you want to use your end phase trigger of getting those cards in the graveyard. you can get so much value. You run some Spectre float, right? Like you can use some of it, and the kind of the whole point is to do that. But you know, I think this is a Maledictum Vitae. Yeah. So this card, obviously, Umbra Alice does have a bit of a downfall. If you don't have a curse card in your lineage, whenever you activate an Umbra card, you take 7 unpreventable damage. But Maledictum Vitae does also say recover 4. So this is essentially like negate your champion's effect by paying 3 life.
Mhm.
Which is, not terrible, especially when you get to do so many cool things once you are Umbra. So, 3 life, kind of a small price to pay.
I really like your breakdown there, Joy Boy, but I also do want to add, it's not just Umbra card. Whenever you activate an advanced element card, you have to take
Oh,
7
sure,
damage. So like you look at those Lost Providence, things like that, you really need a curse in that lineage. Otherwise, you can definitely just take yourself out of the game very early on.
Yeah, definitely. And, Umbra Alice has a ton of ways to recover, like we said. So a lot of the times this ends up being not as big of a downside as it would seem. This is, I've never seen this card ever before in my entire life.
Oh, the shaded doppelganger.
Yeah, shaded doppelganger. Okay.
Uh,
You know what? That's pretty good. It's definitely a way to like get some damage. One of the problems that I think is present with Umbra Alice is that like it's primarily an or at least it was when I was seeing it a while ago. This is obviously pre RDO, so maybe the list has changed, but one of the problems is that like, you put a bunch of allies on the board and it's very hard for you to end the game. Um but cards like this, they're pretty good. They present a pretty decent threat over the course of the game, especially because it has stealth.
mhm.
So this is an interesting card to see. I'm interested to see how this list has developed since the drop of RDO. Obviously, we see Argus in the graveyard. That's a great card to have in a deck like this because you get to advanced elements so quickly. But we'll see if we can close it out here. We see a Cheshire Cat, the ever-present threat of Cheshire Cat plus Inert Sword plus maybe Pablo Sword later, especially against a deck like Water Umbra, right? Like you get to get rid of so many cards because they get to, the end phase trigger of putting cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, 100%. And Cheshire Cat and Inert Sword is just like the French fries and ketchup of the eating world. It's
Yeah,
boring.
exactly.
Everyone has them, but
Yeah.
you're going to get them no matter what. And that's exactly what we see here. But fun enough, the Inert Sword is actually a 3/2. Unfortunately, Cheshire doesn't get the buff, but it is important when CL starts to attack with that weapon. You do get that card Guardian class bonus finally unlocked. And I feel like a lot of people do forget about that because we're so used to seeing it outside of Guardian decks.
Oh, definitely. I have played a version of Nico that plays the Looking Glass plus Inert Sword and sort of the distortion package, if you will. And every time I use it, I'm like, I'll swing you 3 with Inert Sword, and they're like, isn't it 2? And I'm like, no, sir, I'm a Guardian. It is in fact 3 for me. But yeah, I like you said, a lot of people forget. It is such a like generically good card. It does show up everywhere, so you always forget that it's +1 if you are a Guardian.
Oh, and Atka with the Reflected Blight, returning a card from the graveyard to the hand here. I didn't quite see. I think it was the Argus that was picked
Yeah, I
up.
believe it was Argus. Yeah.
If I'm no expert, but I think Argus is about to join us on the board here, and that is a tall order for CL to get through.
That's good. Fair enough. Good one. Yeah. 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 Fair enough. Yeah. The Aussie and Giant. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. I mean, this is like, how do you get rid of this before you're level 3, right? Like,
Mhm.
it can also kill your Cheshire Cat because it has True Sight as well. And if it's awake, it has Omni Shroud. It has Vigor and Taunt. Like, how do you clear this? You just have to like. Correct me if I'm wrong. Omni Shroud, does it prevent attacks? You can't be targeted with an attack. Is that correct?
You can attack it. You can't
Okay.
be targeted by spells or like regalia actions or abilities. but you
Okay.
still can attack into it. The issue is it has 10 life.
10 life,
and...
yeah.
And that is something definitely like you have to commit a whole turn and a whole board just to try and get rid of it here. We do see a standing 5 damage for Shin with the Cheshire NCL, but the issue is where you're finding that next 5.
Yeah, can I ask you real quick, before
Go for it.
we get to our recollection phase here, how do you feel about angelic channeling as a card? Because I feel like this card is kind of polarizing. I've heard people say it sucks. I've heard people say it's cracked. I personally think the card is kind of mid. Fast speed float is like great, but I feel like there's so many other things you could do if you just want fast speed float, especially, excuse me, in a scenario like this where you haven't used it for the other effect at all, right? You haven't banished any arcane cards, or sorry, any Umbra cards to use later on when you get to level 3. It's only been used so far, and I feel like most of the time that I've seen it, it's been used as just like, this is a fast speed float for me to level up. I feel like, what's the difference? How do you feel about it?
I feel like it's fast cure with upside, right? A lot of players and a lot
Yeah.
of decks ran fast cure just for fast speed float to get rid of it, because the recovery didn't really matter. If you got it, nice, but this is just a better version of that. Not only is it a 2-cost fast speed for float, but if you are a level 3 deck that does get kind of I need to find another way to word it. I was gonna say bricked, but if you get like clumped up with a lot of advanced elements in your hands, it's just a way to help clear that and allows for some strategies. I don't think it's the end all be all card though. I don't think it's like, oh, if you're running level 3, you have to run this card. It's more like if you're building a deck to be more advanced, you need this card to help prevent yourself from getting stuck.
Yeah. I can definitely agree. My opinion of the card is literally just like, this is what you would use like fast cure for before. And so like, it seems fine to me. Granted, someone in the comment did mention I am not a level 3 like advanced element player a lot of the time. I play Nico. She doesn't have an advanced element. So maybe I just don't see the benefit of a card like this, but I don't know. I feel like, for me personally, it leaves a little bit to be desired.
Understandable. Everyone's a critic until level 3 Nico comes out. But here we
Oh,
are.
don't even get me started, man. I'm running the game at that point.
The onslaught
Me and
from
Korax.
Akka just piling up right now. Shin already taken 13, having to use that alternate activated resolute stand to just try and prevent some of this damage. And even though you resolute stood here, Argus can just remove the Cheshire.
Yeah, we do also have things like Engulf. We saw it banished to go to level 1 here, so well-timed Engulf here can put us in a pretty precarious situation, especially with the Devouring Malice on the board. And there it is. So Engulf will banish it.
Just gonna eat it up, negate that. Engulf's such a good card. I like.
Oh yeah.
It's one I've been playing a lot of water recently. Some water Dalchan level 3, and it's just playing in Golf from your memory feels like you're cheating half the time. It is too good.
Yeah, no, definitely. I didn't even think about Dao Chan being able to play it from memory until just now, because it's such a generically good card that like everyone runs it. Yeah, and here we see bit of the writing on the wall. Devouring Malice, deal 3, recover 3. We are still on Serene Spirit, so we aren't quite dead yet, but losing access to our fire cards is not great. I gotta say, not fantastic.
No, I feel like the flame's been extinguished here for CL, and there's really no fire left for him. Just nothing but darkness or Umbra, one would say. And we're only stuck at level 2 as well, so that means we're just norm cards unless we hard level 2, level 3 on this next turn. We see the pass from Atka. And Shin, yep, just gonna say, all right, pick
Yeah,
3,
I mean,
please.
this is kind of the only option you have to. Notably, because you can't activate fire cards, you also can't activate Foe Awakening, which is such a crucial card for CL, especially when you're up against a deck that has interaction like cards like Engulf. It's a little bit hard. Cards like Flame Sorcel, which we just saw banish, right? That way to get your influence back after you've leveled up is so crucial. I think we have 3 cards in hand. We draw to 4. A bit of a tough situation here for Shinji.
Yeah, 4 in hand, still nothing to really deal with this Argus. And only 3 omens, so we're not even getting the truest power buff from the CL Mastery here as well. But Cheshire coming in, that's going to be 3 into the Argus. And then I believe this is going to be 4 into the Argus, so 7 in total. Taking this retaliation. Doing a little bit of math here. I got to make sure we calculate 3, 4. It's just going to be a little bit short. Do you think a Carter perhaps is going to be the next line of play?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you're gonna have to kill your own Cheshire, which is, not ideal. But I mean, what can you do, really, right?
Oh, and I
You do
actually
get to
stand
recover,
corrected.
so
There are no Carters in this deck, so it is purely up to
Oh
a
no!
dungeon guide.
Oh no! Oh no! That's interesting.
And we cannot target this. Oh, we can because we retaliated. We
can.
lose the Omni Shroud.
Yep. So we do get to clear the All-Seeing Giant Argus off the board, but not particularly in a great spot. If the only card you have to play once you are level 3 CL is a dungeon guide, I don't think the game is going in your direction.
Yeah, that was kind of one of the saddest dungeon guides we've seen played. Like, yes, it did 1 damage to Argus to help remove him off the board, but now you're completely hands down sitting at 25 total damage, and I think Atka's looking to just close out this game here when we bring
Ooh.
back a Bander Snatch.
Yeah. I mean, this is... You can also pump the Bandersnatch because you have the Abyssal Shell or the Abyss Shell on the board. This might be it. Yep.
Yep,
And it
that is
looks like
just
we are
game.
going over to game 2 here. Kind of a super decisive game from Water Alice. We know initially we thought this is going to be a grind fest, but not at all, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely went by much quicker than we thought initially. And just walking through that last bit of play that Attica did, it was the Spectral Hunting, targeting the Bandersnatch, bringing in Ephemeral, activating the Bandersnatch ability for 2, sacrificing one of the Spectral allies to get +2, bringing Bandersnatch to a total base power of 4, which then increases the Assassin's base power to 4, which are 5 to close out the game. So theoretically, Shin would need like double the answers to try and deal with what Atka presented. So really cool like checkmate situation there. And I think it really comes into play of Atka forcing Shin to lineage release that spirit early on at level 2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, being able to put Argus on the board so early into the game is just a really tough position to be in when you're sort of facing against it, right? Omni Shroud so hard to get through. Also, the fact that it has Taunt, True Sight, a 4/10, right? Like, just the card overall is just like really hard to deal with. But let's see, is there anything in the sideboard that can help us deal with Argus from the CL side? We have Annul Lantern, some Regal Inquisitions, Crystallized Destinies, Righteous Retribution, Reduced to Ash, Nocturne's Oblivion, Fire Interference, and Heavy Swing. Nocturne's Oblivion, if Argus is rested, that card can definitely deal with Argus, but obviously, it has vigor, so a lot of the time it is just awake. But maybe we see some of that come in. Um, let's see. I don't think there's a ton of stuff that we can do here. Crystallized Destiny, maybe we can bring in, but there's only one, so we'll see. Maybe a heavy swing to clear it when it is rested, right? We get to pump a lot of damage. Maybe we kill it with an ally. Overall, not a particularly great sideboard for a deck like Water Umbra. I would imagine that Shinji is not really teched into a deck like this.
Yeah, it's not something you expect to play against, but that's the cool thing about weeklies is that you get to see some of these interesting decks pop up because players are sort of experimenting, testing, and trying out new things. And they're already off the game too. Both players sideboarded really fast. I feel like Atka didn't want to bring much in. Happy with the game plan. And Shinji just probably looking for a better start, needing to get that level 3, needing that dungeon guide early on, and not getting caught with the metaphorical pants down at this point. But Atka starting off the same way again with such a powerful Spectre. And honestly, we talked about removing it early, but it's difficult for CL to do that. A lot of these times it's value plays. You want to play any form of a witch or an attendant or something that draws you cards to get to that level 3 so much faster. But maybe an adaptation here with that materialization of the inert sword.
Yeah, I mean, like, the only benefit to killing the Whisper Tail right now would be that you don't get the haunt counter because we're not Alice yet. But, like, I feel like that's a very negligible downside, right? You still get to draw the card into memory. You still get to, negate an attack at your champion that would normally, come in. So overall, I think you're pretty okay with if they try to swing at it, especially with something like a Cheshire Cat, right?
Oh yeah, absorbing the Cheshire Cat swing. But now Shinji's saying, "I'll be the aggressor here. We're gonna go ahead and attack directly into your spirit." And if I didn't know any better, this is just looking like a Diana turn.
Yeah, a pass become distant in your end phase kind of turn. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
feel that.
definitely.
Yeah. All right, here we go. We're sacrificing our Miss Patel. We are getting our haunt counter. Very, very similar to our game one. Honestly, this is like, it's kind of like a backup charger on a stick. Gets you the card into memory, costs 3. You can do it in your recollection, so you get to draw the card right away, get the haunt counter, and wow. Wait, does anyone else have deja vu?
Yeah, this is
Does anyone else
literally deja vu.
anyone else feel like they've seen this before?
Maybe we're all drifting in our abyss guards right now.
You're
Wow.
You're very punny today, I gotta say.
Oh, thank you, thank you. And here we see another Argus being milled off this Phantasmagoria. That's the second time Argus has been found out at well. So I'm assuming we're going to see a reflected blight later on during Umbra Alice to get that back. But Shinji playing an Umbra card for the first time this series in Reckoning's Wake. Going to be looking at the top 4 and sort of the better idle thoughts. The starter card that is everywhere, everyone knows and loves, and this is just the superior version if you are on
Could be
Looking
looking at
Glass.
6, I think.
Oh,
I think we're looking at 6,
yeah,
right? We have the Looking
6.
Glass, we have the Inert Sword, and the Cheshire Cat. So this is X currently is 3. So I feel like this is kind of the biggest I've ever seen Reckoning's Wake hit for, or hit. You know what I mean? Like look for.
Yeah, I
Also, the
honestly,
fact that this card is float is just like super good.
I forget Cheshire and Inert sort of distortion. Like I always just
Right,
count
yeah.
Looking Glass, but yeah, it's there's cards with other taglines. And I'm so used to Reckoning Wake like not being played with other objects just
Yeah,
as
for
a
sure. Yeah.
look forward float. But yeah, here top 6 is very powerful here. Really helps you set up your next couple of turns, especially if you're looking for like have a creative shock or some way to draw and manipulate that deck as well. Helps you really know what is to be expected.
Yeah, it makes total sense that this card does make you put all the cards at the top of your deck, because if this card said Glimpse, oh man.
Oh
I
god.
feel I feel like this card is in every single deck, especially with how prevalent the Looking Glass is in normal decks overall. A lot of decks, like you said, they play Looking Glass, but they don't play a card like Reckoning's Wake, even though they do play Inert Sword and Cheshire Cat. So,
Mhm.
if this card said Glimpse, we'd see this card as much as we see Cheshire Cat. Oh my god.
Oh, we're just slamming the heavy swing. It's
Yeah. We really
4
are
down.
taking being the aggressor to very, very seriously here.
Whew. That is some
Oh
big
my
damage. We got
god.
to rest that champion though as part of the attack. But that is a huge swing of power here. We
Ooh.
had a 9 total from that heavy swing attack with the sword. Cheshire coming in for a 3. And did we just see an abnegation from hand
Yeah,
get
yes,
put as an omen?
Yes, we did. I was also very confused. You don't usually see CLs making omens from hand unless absolutely necessary, right? You see it sometimes with something like Oblation, because they need to put that 15 drop as their omen. So if they have no way to discard it, you just kind of have to take the loss there. But I don't necessarily feel like that's super necessary for a list like this, especially
Mhm.
because you are just going down in influence. Um, you are gonna, I mean, you get to activate it with your level 2 once you have 6 omens, but we're so far away from that I feel like the sort of expected ROI is just not there.
Yeah, no, I like the term ROI, your return on investment. It's you get what you put in, and sometimes it's just not worth it here. But Atka adapting into that level 2 and putting in that Maledictum Vitae, which now enables for any advanced element card to be activated without any hindrance. So we see that Lost Providence come in, and it's just an Arcus from hand.
This is, dude, this is the exact same game 1. Like, you go to Umbra, you play Maledictum Vitae, you play your Reflected by, I mean, in this case you didn't play Reflected by because you have an extra one in
Mhm.
your hand, but man, luckily we have put in a fair amount of damage on Alice, but like we said, Alice usually gets to recover quite a lot here, so we'll see if we can sort of surmount that healing with our damage.
Yes, agreed. And I think we've already lineage released Alice 1. We had to do that in response to the Maledictum Vitae. Otherwise, that trigger of taking 7 would have killed off Atkas because they were sitting at, I believe, 18 after the heavy swing Cheshire
Yeah.
attack. Um, so definitely there. And now Shinji looking down the same board state, just being level 1 though this time, opting in for another sword. And I feel like your decision of being the aggressor, the aggro deck against Alice, has sort of come back to bite you staring down an Argus.
No, definitely, especially because, losing something like your Cheshire Cat to the Argus here means that your swords, while they are good and they will come in, with a decent amount of damage, they're not getting the amount of damage that they normally would get with Cheshire Cat on the board. So a lot of the pressure from Atka is just kind of negated. You don't really, especially with having a 410 taunt on board. So, 14, kind of a scary number, especially when we're sitting at like 22 life total, but not really, right? Because we have a 10 health buffer in the form of this Argus.
Yeah, and CL's not known for their indirect damage until level 3. And
Right.
like typically fire has some, but it's mostly in like cleric and mage class. So not something you really want to run into. So Atka feasibly giving themselves an extra 10 life with the Argus, which is such a weird way to think about it, but sometimes bodyguards are just enough.
Yeah, I mean, taunt and intercept, right? They're pretty crucial keywords when you're trying to stave off a bunch of damage. So we have, how much damage? We have 6 on the board. I mean, we're only level 1, so we have 20 life, 6 plus the Serene. Let's see if we can get, one of the things that I do like about the Umbra list is that you get to still play Liminal Guide,
Hmm.
which is such a good card, especially because, like, you are sort of milling these cards every turn. you get the value. It's kind of like maybe not a double-edged sword, but if you do use your level 2 or your end phase trigger to get rid of the liminal guide, that does hurt a little bit, especially if you're planning on leveling up. So it does negate your end phase trigger because it has to be all of them. And it looks like
Yeah.
we're just doing it. We don't really care. We just want to see new cards. Okay, we have one float and a
Wanna find
reflected
some
blight.
value there. Float is important because we saw the Devouring Malice last time use some of that float that was found to get those counters. But this is where it gets scary in Umbra Alice is when that Spirella is on the board. Because every turn, they're just going to go ahead and activate her, deal 3, and just keep this pressure. So you're taking 4 every combat on their turn, and then you're taking 3 at the end of your turn. So it's feasibly 7 damage that needs to be answered, but is very difficult to.
Right, especially with, like we said, we keep saying this Argus, like being a taunt instead of something like an intercept does protect your Spirel. And on top of that, playing a Spirel and having like the rest of your hand for interaction is super crucial. And Spirel herself has interaction built in, right? You get to do the 3 damage, but you also get to negate a card if you sort of predicted what your opponent is going to play that turn, right? I think a 3-cost card is usually pretty safe. I feel like that's usually a pretty, I guess, prevalent reserve cost in this game. So 3 cost, maybe not a bad idea. Negate something like Dungeon Guide, which is very crucial. Right, don't even think we see a Dungeon Guide if I'm looking at the hand.
The
This
tale
is
as old as time. Level 2 needing a dungeon guide and they're nowhere to be found. And can activate a flame source cell here just to try and dig a little deeper. You have enough life. You mentioned it. We still have Serene Spirit. Level 2 is a healthy life total. Oh, this is Butler's Augury, not flame source cell here. So we're actually drawing X cards into our memory. What X is 5 minus our influence, which is currently 4. So we draw 1 card into.
Do you think this could be a foe? I've seen people try this sort of combination before.
Oh, it's looking like it, JoyBoy.
Is
You
it?
may have called it.
Oh, it is. Okay. This is, like we said, a bit of a double-edged sword. You do get to, this combo does get a pretty decent amount of influence because you discard your entire hand and then you draw a bunch of cards from the Butler's Augury. You get to make more omens, but you don't get any of the omen triggers that deal damage because you aren't level 3 yet. So while increasing your omen count is pretty good and sort of cycling through all the useless cards in your deck is also very good. Or sorry, all the useless cards in your hand is pretty good. I don't know if it's really that worth it. But we'll see. I mean, maybe this will pay off exactly how we want to. If we can draw into like a dungeon guide, then I would be inclined to maybe call this worth. But I'll hold my judgment off until we see one.
Yeah, the only issue is it does just draw into memory. So effectively, this is your turn, right? You had no real good plays. So you're just opting into this to hopefully draw into something in these top 5. But that just gives Adka a free turn to go ahead and attempt to close out this game here. We'll do the quick math here. CL2 sitting at 25 total life with a Serene Spirit underneath. So feasibly 31 life here and at 14. So about halfway dead if you want to look at it there. So Atka, I think, has 6, 7, 8, 9 damage on board. Just needs to find 6 more to close out the game. It's possible.
Yeah, we have 6 from the assuming we trigger our Spirel in our end phase here, we have 3 from that. Go to our turn, we have 3 more. Then we have 4, then 2. I mean, this could be just the end of the road. We need what? 17 damage to get to 31?
Yeah, 17 damage to get to 31 here, which can almost be all accounted for. I feel like if there's another Bandersnatch or perhaps a shadow doppelganger that can easily come in to close out the game. But I'm not sure because influence, I believe that's 5 cards, so maybe only able to play 1.
Yeah. Did we take some damage from something? Oh my god, I didn't even realize this card deals you damage. Wait, are we not dead here?
I think we are just dead, especially with this devouring malice. But yes, both the casters didn't realize the Butler's Augury deals damage. We were thinking the card's insane.
Yeah, I thought this combo was like giga. I thought it was like, oh, I'm just gonna draw, I'm gonna draw a bunch of influence. I didn't even realize this card did damage to yourself. Wait, this combo is actually not that great. What are we doing here? We just killed
Wait,
ourselves now.
Yeah, that 5. Remember that damage we tried to try and find? We found it, and that was in the form of Butler's Augury. Then.
Yeah, I mean, in response to the release here, we're just gonna rest our Devouring Malice, deal 3, deal 3.
Yeah. It is just respond.
Sorry, deal 3, heal 3 is what I meant to say, but yeah, I think this is what we call the writing on the wall here.
Yeah, and just Spiral activation in response to that. At 22, you take the 3, and that will close out the game. Atka taking it 2-0 on this Water Umbra Spectre Alice deck against Shinji on that Fire CL good stuff. And it is just one of those weird things that I'm pretty sure Shinji did not expect to play against Water Umbra Alice. You probably don't know how to like play against the deck if you don't see it. You're like, I need you. Please read me every card you play because I have no idea what you're actually like trying to accomplish here. And Akka just consistently had what they needed, put the pressure, and didn't let CL set up, which is the most important part. And I know people are sort of talking in chat about it, saying like, oh, this deck, doesn't have anything crazy. But the consistency, I think, is what matters a lot for Grand Archive decks. And if you have that little bit of consistency and able to get your game plan off every turn, I think that is a little bit more important than having like a big win combo. And we didn't see any brick as we saw. It was deja vu. It was the same play every turn.
I was gonna say, like, speak of consistency. I mean, that game 1 and 2 looked almost identical. The level 1, the turn 1 play, the Whisper Tail into level 1, into an Abyss Shell, into Argus, into what I mean. Like that was almost like copy paste. Game 1 and 2. Like you said, I think it's really interesting because I definitely expected this deck to do the Dynastic Whirlpool thing. Obviously, they were in the side, so it can do that game plan. But I didn't really think it was going to pump out this much damage. Argus, notably, I haven't really seen it that much. So a big showing from the all-seeing giant here. Very, very impressed with this deck, I'll be honest. I'd be interested to see how it does into something like maybe Oblation, because they get to their end game a little bit quicker, and their end game is very, very explosive. So, it also just doesn't target. So even if it's on the board, it will just die from Oblation. On top of the fact that Alice doesn't really have that big of a health buffer. So I'd be interested to see how it goes into that list, but overall, pretty impressed with the showing. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you here. And we learned 3 important things, right, JoyBoy? 1 is a consistent Water Umbra Alice deck is pretty fun to watch, really cool.
Definitely.
2, you don't need to go for the mill route. It's possible that you can just go straight up damage. And 3, Butler's Augury deals damage to yourself when you activate
it. You would think, to be fair, I will say right now, I'm a water player. That card is red. I don't know what that card is. But yeah, I definitely didn't think that card did yourself damage. I understand, obviously, if it didn't deal damage, that card would be kind of insane. That combo is very strong. Kind of negates the entire downside of playing foe in like sort of early, instead of like a this card will resolve kind of card. But yeah, I mean, super informative round one here. I gotta say, lot of
Yeah.
new stuff that I haven't seen before. Even I mean, I feel like a lot of these cards aren't even RDO cards. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like they're kind of PTM and DTR cards that I've just like never seen before because Water, Umbra, Spectre, Alice is just like not a deck that's
Well,
been popular before.
they're niche, right? That they
Yeah.
only go in a specific deck, and if no one's playing that specific deck, then you never see them. You're just like, oh, what are these bulk cards people are?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I saw Argus, and I was like, "Ha, this is a neat card." Put in the bulk pile of my stuff, like. So, but who knows? I gotta check my collection. Maybe I have Eye of Argus and I don't remember the other name of the card. They're two Crystal of Argus,
Crystal
and
Fargus,
Eye of
yeah.
Argus, right? Yeah. Maybe I have those two cards somewhere in my collection. Maybe I can pull off this combo myself.
Mhm.
Incoming Argus Nico. Tell your
Which
friends.
is impossible, but you could.
Yeah.
I support your
No, no,
joy,
no, no, no.
your hopes and joy.
I'm talking about when we inevitably get a Nico level 3 where she has an advanced element.
She's just
That's what
exalted,
I'm
right?
talking.
Exalted
Yeah,
level
of
3 Nico. Yeah,
course.
yeah.
That's exactly. And she has Nico lineage, so she doesn't lose access to water. Come on, guys.
Very true. Very
Weebs,
true.
you can have that one for free. You can. I'll give you that one for free if you make it happen, please. I'm begging you. I just
And
want to activate exalted cards.
a big shout out to everyone in chat who voted for Atka to take that. I believe it was like a 75% vote for Water Umbra Alice. A lot of people having faith in that deck, and it clearly shows why. A great performance. But I'm going to take a moment here, Joy Boy, so please forgive me here. Everyone watching at home, if you want a break from the ads, or if you want just some cool emotes to spam in Discord and in YouTube chat, why don't you go ahead and join Serene Balance Productions membership? It is active, it is open. You get sick emotes, you get access to a membership channel in Discord where you could listen to myself, Production Master Once in Love, talk about Uma Musume and some other things as well. So
That
if you
is
feel
true.
like supporting, go ahead, join the membership. We appreciate it. We love you, welcome you with open arms. And additionally, if you don't want to do the membership, that's okay. Spending money, whatever. You know what is free? Subscribing to the channel and liking the live streams. It really helps this channel, helps show support, and makes us want to keep doing commentary, production, things like that. So go ahead, everyone, let's like the video, subscribe here, and we appreciate everyone watching.
No, definitely. I'm also part of the membership program, so we have some pretty cool stickers. I use the Nico stickers a lot. When we first you get to like put input into some of the stuff that we get to see later, right? What stickers you want, what emotes you want. If you are part of the membership program, I obviously asked for Nico stickers and Nico emotes, and I got them. So thanks, Once in Love. I use them all the time. They're great.
Yeah, it is great. I love it. They're so much fun. Man, that was my round one ad read that I had to do. Here for our TCG NA online webcam weekly. This is a weekly we're participating at. But it's super fun. I'm glad to be back commentating here. I always have a blast. Joy Boy, it's always a blast talking with you and having fun. And a little bit of history between myself and Joy Boy is we last interacted at Nationals in Vegas.
Yeah, that was
right?
super fun. Super fun. I had a ton of fun at Vegas. The trip was really great. Vegas as a date, not my favorite. I don't gamble, so I feel like a lot of the novelty was kind of lost on me. But the trip itself, the event was really well ran. Like the stream was great. Just everything surrounding the actual event was so much fun. Like you said, we got to talk a lot about the meta, our favorite stuff, what we want to see, our speculations, right? We went to trade night.
Yep.
I remember we went to trade night. That was fun. I got to foil out a lot of the stuff that I wanted, especially for Gembu and Nico, the two decks that I play. So that was totally fun. If you guys ever get the chance, go to an Ascent. It's just the coolest thing. Like, these events are so fun. You get to see a lot of the people in the community that you don't usually get to see if you don't sort of have a good local scene, which can be tough to come by. So if you get the chance, please go to an Ascent. They're so cool. They're so much fun.
They are. It's such a great time, and you see familiar faces, you'll meet new faces, and a lot of these players here actually that we see playing weeklies go to these Ascents as well.
Oh
So
yeah,
it's-
for sure. Yeah, you get to see, like, it's funny because you get to see sort of the players that we see here in the in this local, but almost like at full power, because when
Yeah.
you're going to a local, you're more inclined to like put wonky stuff in your deck, fun things in your deck, maybe play a deck that's not particularly great. But when you're going to an Ascent, you're there like you're there to play, right? So
Yeah.
we'll see something like Edward, not that he usually messes around too much in these locals, but like Jimmy Lee also, we get to see him a lot. So it's cool to see the sort of, how do I say it? Like the lock in, right? It's cool to see the players that we normally see at this local sort of lock in and try to go for those top spots at the Ascents.
Mhm. Yeah, it's honestly one of my favorite things is watching players and like even the development. I'm like, oh, this player started playing in this Yeti Weekly, and then
Yeah.
they after a couple of months they won a Yeti Weekly, and I'm like,
Mhm.
oh, this person is now at an Ascent. Oh, they just made day 2. I remember when they
yeah.
were like,
Yeah, it's very cool to see the sort of path to victory that some of these players take. It's very cool because you start to like know these like players as like people in the community. So like you see Edward at these tournaments, you're like, well, I know what he's playing. You see Jimmy Lee and you're like, okay, well, I kind of know what he's playing, right? Like
yeah,
there's you get that sort of like comfortableness, that like familiarity of being part of a community like like the Grand Archive one, which is just one of the coolest communities I've ever been a part of. Like, I always say this, but Grand Archive is my first sort of real TCG. I've sort of played once or twice of other, like I played like maybe 2 games of Magic before I started playing Grand Archive, and like I knew obviously that Pokemon had a TCG and that One Piece had a TCG, but I've never really like gotten into them before Grand Archive. And when I got into Grand Archive, it was just like the community, the card art, the sort of, I hate lands. I'll say that right now. I hate lands as a concept. So the recollection of your cards in your recollection step was also just like a great thing for me getting into this game. So just super cool community to be a part of, and Ascent is kind of like the sort of peak of that community, getting to do all this stuff. You got getting out to go to dinner with a bunch of your friends that you don't normally get to see very often. So it's great.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Great community. And speaking of good community, that Pantheon community, though, I don't know if
Oh
you
my
had a
God.
privilege of playing Pantheon quite
Dude.
yet, but it is amazing.
It's so fun. Oh my God, is it fun? It's so fun. I got to play with Murgle, and I got to play with a bunch of my friends. We play Pantheon at locals a lot. Like, it's unbelievably fun. They've done a really good job with Pantheon, and I'm sure they're gonna do even more stuff moving forward that make the game even more fun. The crowd's favor is just so strong. Like, it's such a good mechanic in the game. I know you've been a part of the of Murgle's like crowd's favorite series. I've also been lucky enough to be a part of that stuff. So even just that, like being able to do that stuff because of Pantheon is so cool, so fun.
Yeah, it's amazing. A lot of cool channels have popped up, or classics channels have been uploading. Mental Boon. I know a lot of people have been enjoying that kind of content. Team trading posts as well, doing a lot of Pantheon. There might be a rumbling that on Valkyrie's channel there might be some Pantheon coming out. Who knows? But
You heard it here first.
a lot of cool stuff. I recommend, if you guys haven't played Pantheon, buy a starter deck, check it out, grab a couple of friends. We see the chat as well. Ribe. I believe they played Pantheon with main deck Dan, which was a really cool experience. We got to see that happen. It's just a grand old time. It's great, super enjoyable, and it also feels like sort of Grand Archive was meant to be played in as a Pantheon, because a lot of
Yeah.
cards that you think normally are bad make so much sense in the game.
Yeah, you like I'm sure everyone has had this sort of reaction when you see a card and you're like, why is this card worded like this? I don't get it. I don't
Yeah.
understand it at all. And then you like play it in Pantheon and you're like, oh wait, I get it. This card is broken in this format. What is that? Like it's very cool. Like any card that says each opponent does X, you're just like, ooh, that's just really good. That's just really good. Like Genbu's like recollection phase trigger mills opponents, so every opponent gets to do it. It's so good yet, or it's so good. I've been asked if I've ever gotten to mill anyone out in Pantheon yet. No, I haven't. Unfortunately, I like playing like lesser and greater boon of Kanaloa is such a massive target, dude. As soon as I flip that boon over, it's just like a massive target on my back. It's like everyone is like the first game I ever played after I built the deck and like got to flip Kanaloa, I was playing with Cam and he's like, "Hey, we gotta kill that guy," and I was like, "Dude, come on, come on, man. I'm just trying to play a fun game of Pantheon with my friends. I'm not even doing anything yet." But then you have like you know what is it like Avatar of Genbu and Tweedledee like just becoming massive taunt intercept +1/+1 allies on the board. It's just like, okay, you know what? I get it. Like I get it. I'm not like milling you out, but like I do have a bunch of allies on the board that are like blocking for me. They're dealing a bunch of damage. I get to heal 2 in my end phase. Like
Heal
I get
2,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. I haven't gotten to mill anyone out yet, but I will try. I will try.
You need to try harder.
I know. Trust me. I'm trying as hard as I can to not die to to everyone targeting me as soon as I flip over my boon.
Yeah, you got to wait for the right moment. It's gotta play a little bit more table talk here. Unfortunately, I brought out a horse deck in a Pantheon game, and I'm not going to spoil it too much, but people don't like horses in Pantheon. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, that boon, that horse boon, I read it and I was like, wow, that's broken. Like, you read it and you're like, wait a minute. That you're like, it's one of those cards that you see and you're like, okay, well, obviously there's a horse Pantheon deck that like is just gonna be good. Like, it gives you that impression for sure. Okay, I think we've yapped on for a little bit too long. We have a bit of time before the next round, so we'll take a little bit of a break here before we get on to round 2. We will be back in just a little bit. Remember, like, subscribe, all that fun jazz. And we'll be back in just a little bit with round 2 of the TCG NA Online League. Don't go anywhere.
Round 2 it is.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. We are in round 2 of this week's TCG NA Online League, brought to you by Serene Balance Productions and True Champion Gaming. Guys, I am joined today, or I guess for this round, with JimTheEternal. How you doing, Jim? How have you been?
I've been really good. This has been a heck of a meta, and it has been it has been a journey keeping up with what's going on and the kind of decks that people are playing. And yeah, Grand Archive is in a heck of a place. I am not yet sure if that is good or bad, but it is a heck of a place.
Oh, me either, buddy. Like, everyone has echoed. Everyone I talked to has echoed the same. How do I say it? Like, the same sentiment. Like, it's just like we are in a meta. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, overall, like it's kind of cool, but like it's kind of not. Like, everyone wants Ranger Strides banned. Some people are really mad at Ayala. Like, so yeah, it's a confusing one for sure. I have to agree.
I honestly feel like the more polarizing the meta is, the more fun it is to kind of navigate the straits and figure out like, oh, I can do this or I can do that, or I want people to be doing this or doing that or whatever. And I like the excitement about all of the various high-powered cards and all of the various like weird synergies that the decks have going. It's a great time to be alive, is what I'm saying.
Oh, look at this! Sorry, I don't mean to distract you, but look at this! Look at this sprite thing.
Yeah, the Pixel Champions are really.
That's
cool.
what I call production value, dude. Holy, that's the coolest thing. Wow, that's so sick. Yeah, no, to your point though, I definitely agree. It's really fun as a caster to sort of talk about it because you have like, you know, everyone sort of like mentioning it, everyone's talking about it, you have obviously your own opinion, just there's so much noise around it, you're like trying to like navigate it. It's a bit of a like a maze that you have to walk through. It's kind of funny.
Sure, yeah. So my deal is, my preferred method of balancing is make everything broken. Like, I like it when everything is at its most powerful. And I realize that is not the easiest to balance, right? I am not saying Weebs needs to turn everything into Marvel, right?
Sure.
But like, I really like it when people have their toys and have the ability to play with them. And sometimes that turns into, you know, a little bit of like people playing past each other, like, oh, I have my tricks, you have your tricks, and whoever gets their tricks first, that's the end of the game. And that is maybe not the most ideal meta. But I really prefer it when everybody has cool things that they can do, rather than bringing people down to the lowest common denominator.
Yeah, I play a lot of fighting games, and one of the sort of sentiments in fighting games is that it is always going to be much more fun for the players if you buff the weak things instead of nerfing the strong things. So if everyone feels strong, everyone, you know, it kind of self-balances a little bit. So I definitely agree. If you've watched the Lineage Break podcast at all, I'm a big proponent of just, you know, unban Ryle, unban Lost in Thought, unban Baby Gray, and let us just rock, dude. Let us just
absolutely
do whatever we want. Like, let it rip, dude. We'll see who comes out in the end. Obviously, there's some like glaring massive issues with doing stuff like that. But you know, like, give us a meta of just like straight carnage, like straight chaos. I would be so interested to see how these how everything sort of pans out if you do something like that, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's very cool that you bring up Ryle, because also Ryle was like a meta that I really enjoyed, even though a lot of people hated on it. You know, there's a lot of sense of like, oh, all the Ryle decks are all the same, and if you're not playing Ryle, you can't do anything. And I always felt like Ryle allowed for a lot of diversity that didn't otherwise exist, because there were a lot of really powerful decks using Ryle. And once you had sort of this Ryle package, you could slot that in a variety of different ways and build a variety of different decks. Again, as long as that deck was taking advantage of Ryle. And even with, the power of Ryle, we definitely saw some decks have a lot of success being like, okay, if you're playing Ryle, I can beat that, right?
Yeah.
Knowing that your game plan is turbo to 3, knowing that your game plan is heavily reliant on the graveyard, heavily reliant on materializations, I can build my deck accordingly and take advantage of that. And I think that's super cool.
I agree with broadly what you're saying with a bit of a caveat. I think like the only thing that I didn't like about Ryle the Abyss meta was that Lost in Thought had been banned for almost the same like sins, I guess you could say. Like so the only thing that I wanted when like the sort of conversation about do we ban Ryle, do we not ban Ryle, my stance was and always has been, if you don't ban Ryle, unban Lost in Thought. Because if we're just gonna go Giga Influence gaming, I'm down with that. As long as I play water. I don't play red decks. I play a water deck. I want to do the Giga Influence thing too. I'll let you rock if you let me rock. You know what I mean? So I was always like, I don't necessarily hate Ryle the Abyss. What I hate is that it feels like fire in sort of pretty much every fire deck can sort of run away with their influence so fast, and water can't really do that very much. And granted, like, you don't really water historically kind of hasn't been like a Giga Influence builder sort of element to begin with, but one of the problems is that like you mentioned, in order to sort of deal with the Ryle problem, the way you do that is by getting rid of your graveyard, right? And water, historically, very graveyard focused. That's how you get a lot of your influence, how you get a lot of your value. And so not only did we not have Lost in Thought, but also like we're getting like hated out of the meta by, every single card that gets rid of cards in your graveyard. So that I broadly agree that like Ryle just is a fun card. Like overall, just super fun to resolve that card. But I just wish like if we're gonna go for this like Giga Influence kind of game plan, let water do it too, and then we'll just see who wins. Like just no holds barred death match, and we'll see who comes out on top. I'm so down for that.
So A of all, I see that Nico avatar, you filthy water player. B of all, I think that the Lost in Thought conversation is actually a different one, right? Like you can compare Lost in Thought and Ryle directly and see, oh, this is the kind of value that you get from either of these cards, right?
Sure.
I feel like Lost in Thought, Weebs has been doing this thing at the sort of end of a meta of kind of cleaning house, not necessarily because things are too powerful, but just to bring everything back a step and clear the way for whatever's coming up in the new decks. Right? We saw the same thing happen with Baby Gray and Icebound Slam. And that was less about, oh, these cards are too powerful, which probably were, but also about we want the new stuff to shine and not get overshadowed by the strong cards in the previous meta. And I feel like Lost in Thoughts was the same kind of thing. Like, maybe it's too powerful, maybe it's not, but there's no arguing that it is powerful. And there's also no arguing that by taking it out of the meta close to the end, you're clearing a path for new cards to build their own space instead of building on the existing, Lost in Thought is good, we have to use Lost in Thought, and maybe we can slot in a new card as a result.
Yeah.
So
I can agree. I definitely felt like at one point water was getting it was getting to the point where like so much of your main deck is monopolized by these really great water cards like Frostworm Paladin, Fracturize, Lost in Thought, Fractal of Rain, like all these really, really good cards where like almost like 30 of the 60 cards in your deck just have to be these cards. So I definitely get that. But quickly pivoting on to what we see on the screen, we have a Wind Crux Lorraine on Jimmy Lee's side and a Water Aetherwing Diana on Quick side. These are kind of sort of the decks that everyone has been talking about. Aela, very like, very prevalent card, I guess you could say. Obviously, Diana uses Quick Treads. Also really a prevalent card. Very, very interesting to see how this goes. I have played this matchup before. And I was on the Wind Crux side of the matchup, but it didn't feel too bad. If I
am honest. But we'll see how it goes. I have to say I am so jealous of Quick's spirit. I've seen this on Twitter, and I have no idea how to get one. And I really, really want one because I love Sabrina so much. If anyone knows how to get one of those, let me know, please.
Yeah, there's actually some really cool kind of, not exactly promo spirits, but like altered spirits, like art alters. I know there's a local artist in my region that does them over sort of the existing spirits and has some really, really cool material. But we are already getting into the action. Diana, a very quick and aggressive deck, kind of making things happen here. Starting off with going distant and going immediately to level 1, bringing out that Aqua Mirage Whisper, a key factor in the Diana strategy. And the plan is always going to be get a couple of ether charges on this, hit for a little bit of damage here, get some glimpsing going, and really get a sense of what's coming up in the deck, control your draw, and being able to put all of the aggression down as possible. Jimmy Lee, of course, taking a much more defensive stance, typical with Wind Crux, getting Fluffy Shopkeep out on their first turn, and that is a fantastic answer to the aggression that comes from this blue fire deck.
Yeah, no, definitely. This is like one of the things that you really need to do when you're playing this matchup. You know, you have to get some early taunters on the board. Fluffy Shopkeep, great card. Also, when paired with a card like Reclaim, is just so much value. You get to float in the grave. You get to negate their on hit, so you get to prevent their mill. It like kind of tackling both of the problems that you get with a deck like Water Diana, where they pump out so much damage, and then they also set up their next turn with their mills and all the glimpsing that they get to do. Like it's really a great heads up play. And here we see a Reclaim. Do we have a response? I don't think we have enough cards to pay for something like a Frostbind.
Yeah, honestly, the Reclaim callout is such a good one. It's so important to this deck to kind of play the defensive trick, stay neutral, get a little bit of float out of Reclaim at the same time, and kind of not lose influence while you're combating your opponent's quick starts. In this situation, being able to play Fluffy Shopkeep and go neutral by playing it, reclaim it back, go neutral while reclaiming it, and end the whole situation a couple cards deeper, a little bit more velocity to your deck, having seen a few more cards, and also with that float handy.
Yeah, so that's exactly what we'll see here. No on-hit triggers because we didn't actually get to hit the ally. Negate a little bit of the damage. We still get our Fluffy Shopkeep to hand, so maybe we can play it next turn if we want. Again, sort of rewind our turn 1. Just really great overall. And this is why I kind of said that like this matchup didn't feel too bad from the Wind Crux side, is because you get to negate some of the early value that Diana sort of puts out. Like very easily if this Aqua Mirage Whisper got to hit, very easily you could have put a float in the graveyard, put a Crystalline Archer on the board, swung for another 4 damage, draw another card. Like it can run away very, very quickly. So negating a lot of that interaction is like very, very good.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of being able to glimpse those cards in your deck is very core to Diana's main strategy, right? Being able to see a little bit more, being able to sculpt your hand, sculpt your draws, and know what cards you have coming up, making sure that you can keep that aggression on. Of course, Jimmy Lee on the Wind Crux side definitely does not want to allow Quick any of that aggression. We'll have the Fluffy Shopkeep coming back down, leveling up here, going to Lorraine level 1, bringing out the Sword of Seeking. And seeing a couple more cards get tossed out on the side, happily removing that Clarent from his material deck in order to get the extra card, knowing that he's not really going to need Clarent quite as badly in this matchup as he might in some other matchups because of the lack of non-combat damage that's going to be coming from Quick side. So this is a really cool move.
Yeah, this is like one of an upside of Fluffy Shopkeep can also kind of be a downside a lot of the times. If you play it multiple times, unless you're something like Crux Knight Lorraine, you don't get a ton of value from like banishing 4 total cards from your material deck. But like you said, something like Clarent isn't gonna do much in this matchup, especially after the Capson Coda ban, right? So you're totally fine with just getting rid of it, getting rid of another 2 cards, having that interceptor on the board yet again. Quick Tread's obviously a card to deal with, right? You won't be able to cast Reclaim. It'll cost 4 more. So you won't be able to like sort of run away with the sort of game plan that we did in the first turn, but not bad overall. I think if you're Jimmy Lee, you stave off a pretty decent amount of damage over the course of the last 2 turns. So I think you're sitting pretty okay.
Yeah, Jimmy Lee, in terms of damage total, feeling pretty good. The Quick Step Tread's definitely going to be a dent in Jimmy Lee's defensive plan. Much harder to defend yourself when you have to pay 2 extra on every piece of interaction that you're playing. So this Fluffy Shopkeep, probably not long for this world here. I feel like Jimmy Lee's not going to have a lot of responses. And Quick is going to get his damage and get his glimpse, which I think is really the more important part right now, making sure that he gets a little bit deeper, sees more into his deck, and pulls up the right cards to deal with whatever Jimmy Lee is going to try and defend with. Oh,
Yeah,
just letting the damage
definitely.
through. Okay.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice. I guess leaving. I can see I can see the vision here rather. Fluffy Shopkeep, of course, a fantastic defensive unit, and with Quick attacking for only 3 here, there are multiple sources of 4 or more damage that could potentially be coming down the pike. So having Fluffy Shopkeep stay up is something that Quick is definitely going to have to deal with if he wants to bring out the Ranger Strides, if he wants to get one of those big distant damage turns. So leaving it up here, I'm actually a little surprised that Quick even gave him the option to leave it up. But being able to leave it up here and leaving that up for a much bigger turn makes a lot of sense.
Oof. We are milling a Frostborn Paladin from the on-hit of Aqua Mirage Whisper. Definitely, like you said, it's better to take the 3 damage that would come from Aqua Mirage Whisper than to take the 4 damage that comes from something like a Crystalline Archer, especially if you have like 2 of them. So, taking the 3 damage, sacrificing the Fluffy Shopkeep to the Crystalline Archer, I can definitely see that being a good game plan on Jimmy Lee's side. We are going to go to our Lorraine level 2. We have the promo. That card is gorgeous. We have +2 for the turn, and we will draw a card if we kill an ally. We have a Scout the Land in our Recollection. Let's see if we have some interaction here. It doesn't look like it. I'm not the biggest fan of Scout the Land, mostly because I value glimpsing so much more than putting the cards back on the top of your deck, just because they get so much. Like if the 4 cards you see aren't great, you're kind of stuck with them like very often. But undoubtedly a great card to do, dig 4, draw a card, hand neutral play, just great card overall.
Yeah, Scout the Land, the way it was built to me was it's not about cycling. It's not about just looking at one more card. It's about getting to the point where you need a specific card, and this sort of like your Hail Mary. All right, well, if it's anywhere in the top 4, I can get it. As opposed to, seeing something you don't want and then being like, okay, well, my next 3 turns are going to be miserable.
Right.
And in this case, it might very well have gotten that dungeon guide straight off the top. So can't argue with the results.
Yeah, and I think we could just bring our oh god, the name is escaping me. It's a sword that draws you 1 on enter. Oh my god, I played this
Drawn Blade?
like literally not. Yes,
Yeah.
Drawn Blade. Oh my god, it completely evaded me. I played that card like last week. I don't even know. I don't know why it's giving me so much. Yeah, I have no idea how I forgot that card. It's insane. But yeah, probably going for a Drawn Blade here. Getting our draw a card, a bunch of. Oh wait, are we on Crux Knight? Did I just not see that? Oh, we are on.
Yeah,
Crux
I just
Knight.
assumed Spirit Ruler.
Yeah, So a lot of the lists
Whoa.
that I've seen of Wind Crux have been Spirit Ruler. So obviously Spirit Ruler gets to bring back a 1-cost sword from your banishment. I feel like I should have maybe known that Jimmy Lee is a Crux Knight enjoyer and probably was Crux Knight to begin with. But I mean, this is a lot of damage. It's like we've Fluffy Shopkeep twice already. So I don't know if that dice I don't know what the number is.
I
I
think
think that's
that
meant to
is a
represent a
1.
6. Oh, is
Maybe
it
it's
a
supposed to
1?
represent a 6. Uh,
Okay, so yeah, it is representing 6. We have +2 for the turn, and then I believe we have 4 swords in the banishment, so that is, I
there you
think, the
go.
number we're representing there. I mean, this could be a lot of damage very quickly, especially if we bring out something like our Prismatic Edge. We start Ascension looping, getting rid of a bunch of cards from quick side. We'll see how we can go here. I'm generally very surprised that it's not Crux. What is that, Spirit Ruler? But it is Jimmy Lee, so that fair enough.
I mean, I respect this, right? This is the choice of going for the more influence-focused Spirit Ruler, getting that extra card back, getting the ability, like the extra sword on the field in order for your Ghosts of Pendragon to really start doing their thing, versus sort of this much more aggressive line of being able to immediately swing for 4, 6, however much damage it's going to be. So
Yeah.
that's, I think, a neat take here, and definitely a strong potential choice.
Yeah, but we will see a tactical retreat from quick side, going distant, ending the combat phase. And it's also float, kind of a toolbox card here, kind of does everything Water Diana wants to do. Go distant, prevent a bunch of damage, also float for either your level up or your Ranger Strides, or just, banishing it with your Crystalline Archer to draw the card and get the +4.
Yeah, could easily see a Ranger Strides here, or a Smoke Bomb, or a Flash Grenade. Pretty much anything to trade in that floating memory for an extra card and turn on the offense here, since Quick hasn't really had the opportunity to get much damage, and pushing forward is the only way Diana knows how. We got to go forward, we got to go fast, we got to make it happen. And getting through Jimmy Lee's 28 health is going to be a bit of a struggle. It's going to take some work.
Yeah, definitely. Especially because in wind, we have a lot of damage prevention. Obviously, Veiling Breeze, super good card. Something like Calming Breeze is also really good to prevent a lot of the smaller damage that can come through. And we have our Interceptor on the board as well, right? So, like we said in the sort of earlier turns, staving off a lot of that early damage, like Jimmy Lee has 28 total health, has taken 3, sitting with an Interceptor on the board. And if, we have to sort of properly plan our Ranger Strides turn here, because it is kind of where a lot of our damage comes from if you are Water Diana, right? You sort of usually go to spike this big damage turn with something like a Cheshire Cat Ranger Strides combo.
Yeah, Jimmy Lee, happy to send that fluffy shopkeep in the way.
Yep.
Get down, Mr. President. No Ranger Strides damage this turn.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, the amount of value we've gotten off of this one single card is insane. We've, drawn 2 cards, prevented a ton of damage overall. It's a reclaim target, so let us put a grave in the float in the grave. You're totally fine putting it to rest now. It's worked damn hard over the past couple turns.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Quick is going to have to find some additional sources of damage and fast. The Prudent Knock in the Aetherwing, a good start, not quite enough to really get anything done yet with that fluffy shopkeep in the way. Maybe we'll see a Crystalline Archer here taking advantage of that Fracturize in the graveyard. Maybe we'll see a Frostburn Paladin. This looks like our old crusty boy, Crystalline Archer. So this is going to be another good start. Trading in that floating memory for a card and some extra damage is exactly what Quick wants to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Could easily see him cashing in the Ranger Strides here for an extra 4 damage, choosing not to, maybe saving it for an Aqua Mirage Whisper hit so he can get kind of a bigger glimpse and really figure out what's coming up in the future turns, really make sure that he has nothing but gas coming up. But in the meantime, this looks like probably all he's got for the turn. I imagine he wants to keep back some cards for a little bit of interaction. Doesn't want to let Jimmy Lee have his own way the entire way for the rest of the game.
Definitely. You want to at least keep some sort of distant enabler so that you can go distant during your turn or during the end phase, so that when it goes to your turn, your quick treads are active, all the cards cost more, and you sort of have a bit more buffer to do with the things that you want to do without interaction from your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. And interaction is, in fact, the name of the game. We're seeing a Purifying Thurible come down. No float required for our opponent. The less graveyard we can make sure that they have, the better. In this case, not going to be able to clean up the entire graveyard. I think it was only activated for 3. So Quick has his choice of any 3 non-float cards. But Jimmy Lee going for a few extra cards, going probably for a little bit of extra utility here. I imagine that this is a good time now that he's up at level 3, looking for some of his more powerful Crux cards, or maybe just looking for a little bit more defense, a little bit more ways to keep Quick on the back foot and try to avoid taking the massive hit that Quick is going to be threatening next turn.
Yeah, this is definitely the point where you want to start accruing a bunch of value and a bunch of influence if you are Jimmy Lee. Like we said, sort of in the previous round, Win Crux again doesn't have like a massive I win the game sort of attack or turn or spell or anything like that. It's a lot of incremental damage, a lot of incremental value over the course of a couple turns. So this is where we want to start that engine. This is where we want to start doing what we came to do, flickering our prismatic, playing our Ghost of Pendragons, getting our damage that way, controlling the board of allies coming from Quick if we can, doing anything and everything to stay alive until we get to sort of spin our wheels, as Wind Crux, is kind of known for a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and all of that on top of the natural aggression of Lorraine Crux Knight, which again, kind of an interesting choice for this deck. Usually, it's more influence oriented, more control oriented. But he doesn't have sort of the bigger kind of controlling package in his deck. Doesn't have the overarching like giant aggression cards. There's no Spirit Blade Retribution here, so just going to be taking advantage of just playing with the swords, really. We have Sabella potentially coming down in order to bring some swords back. Spirit Blade Ascension, of course, a very powerful tool in this deck. Ghost of Pendragon, the reason that people play Crux. So a lot of very powerful cards if he can get them.
Yeah, notably, we have Hurricane Sweep in the main. So with Crux Knight, I mean, we already have +4 to every attack because of all the swords in our banishment. So something like a Hurricane Sweep could be devastating for Quick. A lot of damage, obviously, to everything on the board. We cleave the entire board, get rid of all of the Crystalline Archers, as well as hitting Diana for a pretty hefty attack here. So definitely ways to do a lot of damage here.
And Quick once again dropping that tactical retreat. Jimmy Lee trying to come in with the sword, with the default large Crux Knight attack, and Quick once again just like, nope, I don't think I want to take 4 this turn. I don't think I want to take 5. I don't think I want to take 6. You can attack me with your Dungeon Guide, that's fine. And sending himself distant also. So this is not only a defensive trick, but also set up for his next turn, since this is going to allow him to do a little bit more damage on that next attack, as well as potentially take advantage of the Ranger Strides if Jimmy Lee isn't holding enough interaction for it.
Definitely. We will see a Sabella coming down, grabbing one of our swords in our banishment, putting a soul bond on it, which gives it +2 as long as you control Sabella. And then when Sabella leaves, you sacrifice the sword or the regalia with a soul bound on it. This is interesting. I obviously this is a really good card. Usually often paired with Drawn Blade to do sort of like a pseudo Spirit Ruler effect. So we'll see if we get our Drawn Blade here. And we do.
Blade,
so, yep.
Yeah.
This is, like we said, this is kind of what we expected. Sort of a Sabella doing her Vest Spirit Ruler impression, getting our extra card. This is, like you said, notably going to be a very powerful turn from Quick coming up. We have Float, we have Ranger Strides, we had our Crystalline Archer on the board. So this could be a bit of a scary turn going into Quick's turn here, but we'll see what we can do. Maybe we see an Ayla coming down as well. That could prevent a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, an Ayla here would be a huge pain. Can't really interact with Aqua Mirage Whisper. Aqua Mirage Whisper has that Spell Shroud, but could potentially prevent the Ranger Strides from being activated in a way that is helpful.
Instead, we see a Ghost of Pendragon. I mean, this is the Crux thing. Yeah, I mean, that it's gorgeous, man. Super, super nice art. Yeah, like,
this is the crux thing. Like we said, we want to start getting a bunch of cards in our hands so that we can sort of outvalue our opponent here. We sit quick doing a bit of math, see if we can kill through a lot of this. Like, I'm gonna assume this interaction, because Availing Breeze would prevent a lot of this damage. I believe we have 5 cards in our memory, so Availing Breeze for 5 is kind of, it's debilitating, quite honestly, if you are on quick side here, because while we have our extra, while we have like our big swing turns, swinging for 4 with our Crystalline Archers is also just like a way that we get through a lot of the combat in the game. So
yeah, and that is one of the reasons that there is so much float in the Diana deck, is to feed those Crystalline Archers, to feed the Frostborn Paladins, as well as just getting cards out of your Materialize. But here we go. We're going full defense here. Pendragon drew us into a fluffy Shopkeep, so definitely trying to keep the defense up. The Frozen Dismissal are going to put paid to that, though. Or Frostbind, rather. Fluffy Shopkeep not allowed.
Yeah, I feel like Frostbind has... I like, most people don't really believe in Frostbind, I feel like. With all the other cards that negate things, Frostbind has kind of fallen to the wayside a little bit. But I feel like in a deck like Water Diana, it's so strong, because you don't know if the 3 cards that they're holding is Frostbind or just another distant enabler. So like, sometimes you can just, rip a Fluffy Shopkeep thinking that you're fine, because they're just gonna go distant on your turn or something like that. But Frostbind, very strong. Kind of making a bit of a resurgence, in my opinion.
Yeah, I actually really like the inclusion of Frostbind and Cerulean and Frozen Dismissal in these Diana decks. It gives it a lot of reach. It gives it a lot of ways to interact with opponents that a pure aggro deck just wouldn't have the ability to do. But we are seeing some more weapons come down. So the Palvor Sword, dealing with Jimmy Lee's Graveyard, in case he was looking to get any value from those cards, as well as just being a strong 2-power weapon.
Yeah, this is a bit. This can be a bit of a scary turn here. Something like a Cheshire Cat into Crystalline Archer, or maybe even double Crystalline Archer, is just so much damage overall. Jimmy Lee is hands down. We put all our cards down to play that Fluffy Shopkeep, sort of banking on letting us live another turn. But this could, be the end of Jimmy Lee. I've definitely seen Water Aetherwing Diana do that much damage whenever they need to. So we'll see.
Yeah, 100%, and doesn't even need an an Ether Charge at this point, being able to come in with the Palvor Sword. But here we go, coming in for 2 damage. Looks like it's only 2 damage, so not using the Ranger Strides, not being able to buff it up with another Cheshire Cat or anything like that. So kind of a surprisingly low amount of damage for the situation. If Quick didn't have a Cheshire Cat, like Cheshire Cat here would have been absolutely amazing, right? The extra damage of the Palvor Sword and turning it. Oh, maybe we're gonna see it anyway. I would have expected to see the strides happen, but here we go.
Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is play the Cheshire Cat, swing with the Cheshire Cat, maybe play our Crystalline Archer as well. I don't know if we have a float in the graveyard currently, but we could have a massive turn if we have something like a Crystalline Archer. Sorry, I'm trying to see if they have any float in the graveyard. Doesn't look like they is. So this is honestly like you're for sure, sort of sighing a bit of relief if you're Jimmy Lee here, because that could have been a very powerful turn. But we'll see if Jimmy Lee can get their game plan going here. We have the Ghost of Pendragon. We also have this Sword of Seeking, which notably, because we are Crux Knight, has enough power to kill the Cheshire Cat. So maybe on the quick side, maybe not aware that Sword of Seeking is still on the board, and we are on Crux Knight, so we get our power buff.
Yeah, Sword of Seeking coming out of the material deck after being returned by the Ghost of Pendragon last turn is definitely going to be able to deal with that Cheshire Cat without giving Quick the opportunity to sacrifice it for the extra 4 damage.
Right.
We'll see if that's actually the direction that we go here. 10 damage already marked on Quick. So a swing for effectively 5 damage from the champion here. plus another, if Jimmy Lee has another 4 damage from hand, then we don't need to deal with the Cheshire Cat at all. We can just deal with Quick directly.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if we then, if we then go into Ascension looping as Crux Knight is one to do, or, as Crux is one to do, definitely can be a bit of a crazy turn. Only 9 damage away, and we haven't even sung with our champion. We'll see how much damage
Yeah,
we can
this
put. We
is
obviously have really good allies to put out on the board as well.
Yeah, very threatening position. Honestly, threatening position on both sides. It's not really that hard for Diana to come up with. Well, 18 is maybe a little bit more to ask for, but coming up with like 12 or 13 is not hard for Diana. So we're maybe a couple of turns away. But on the flip side, Jimmy Lee definitely has room for a bunch of damage here. So 2 extra damage coming from the Prismatic Edge now. So attacking for 17 potentially. And if we could find a fire card here, no fire cards. But we are going to be able to strip a card out of Quick's memory and draw an extra card because there's some water cards over there. So a very, very powerful technique here.
Yeah, and like we said, a fire card being revealed here would be very, very hard, especially because Prismatic Edge doesn't target, so getting something like Spell Shroud or something like that is just not gonna help you very much, especially if we then swing with our Prismatic Edge and our that's 7 damage just in that one interaction. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see. Yep, so here we go. We swing with our Prismatic Edge. We have, I believe, 4 cards, 4 swords in our graveyard.
If it's 4 swords, this is coming in for 7 damage, 2 away from lethal.
Yeah. What do you think the chances are he has a third tactical retreat?
I don't know. 3 tactical retreats is, I think, a lot to ask for, but that's not the only way that Quick has to interact with things here. So
yeah, we could see
the number of cards that he's holding is almost assuredly got something to react with.
We'll see if this is a Song of Frost. We were putting 2 cards down. Looks like we
Frost
are.
Would be great here.
Ooh,
Fracturize on the
so
sword.
This is a bit of a Hail Mary because if we have another Ascension, then we can just completely get over it. Oh, and it looks like we don't.
The problem with this is while it's become a fractal, it still has a power stat.
Yeah.
So there is still 7 damage coming through. This doesn't actually mitigate any damage here. It just prevents the sword from being used as a sword later on.
Yeah, and it looks like Jimmy Lee is kind of explaining that to his opponent.
Yeah, this is if this is the first time that Quick is running into this interaction, then that is a huge bummer to need to do it on stream. But this is one of the ways in which Fracturize is. Yep, there it is. And Quick's like, all right, you got it. Fair enough.
Yeah, this is definitely an interaction you need to be aware of. Fracturize is a great removal card, but there are a lot of things that it can't hit, right, with because of layering and all this other complex stuff. You can't get rid of a Null Lantern. Even if you use it to Fracturize a weapon, it still has a power stat, so it's still coming in for the damage that it normally did. So yeah, definitely. If you don't know these sort of interactions, you are definitely cooked, I would say, because and as soon as it looks like Jimmy Lee explained it too quick, and immediately Quick scooped because there's nothing you can do there, right?
I understand. There's definitely I've had rules interactions where it's like, okay, I'm not dead here, but I don't want to play this game anymore because I got this so wrong. So I very understand Quick's position there. Quick is now in the position, though, of needing to come back from a 1-0 deficit. What do you think is going to come in from his sideboard, Adi?
Well, let's take a look at the sideboard. If there's anything we can do against Windcrux, it has been pretty prevalent, I feel like, in the recent regional. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of tech against it. Nullify Mirror can be very good because it shuts off both Ascension and Veiling Breeze, so I would definitely bring that card in. If you go to flip your memory over and it's all norm cards, you don't get the benefit from Ascension looping. Snow White we saw Snow White in the main board. Maybe bringing in a couple more, not a bad idea. Preventing Jimmy Lee from leveling up is always going to be good. So I wouldn't be super surprised about that either. Overlapping visages.
It's a great way to deal with larger allies.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily sure that it's the best in this matchup. There's a bunch of,
I don't
1/3s kind of scattered around, but
yeah. And then I don't know. I feel like Null Mirror and Snow White are kind of the big ones that I would bring in if I was playing this list. Because they have very clear and very sort of demonstrable benefits against this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. As far as Jimmy Lee's sideboard goes, I think we have some also clear additions to the pool. A Palvor Sword could come in order to help deal with all that float. There is another Aeson Protector in the board, as well as an additional Calming Breeze in the board. Both fantastic tools against the kind of aggressive assault that Quick wants to put on. So wouldn't be surprised to see those 3 ofs get filled out into 4 ofs as this game goes on.
Yeah, definitely. We do have some Ensnaring Fumes on the board. I don't particularly think that is too great because you still get the on attack to trigger and the card replaces itself, so you just play it again. You know what I mean? So like maybe not particularly great. But I wouldn't be mad at bringing it in. I just don't think it will gain as much value as it would in maybe other matchups. So
yeah, I think probably not the most powerful in this particular matchup. So 1-0, huh? Is this the outcome that you anticipated between these two decks?
Honestly, kind of. I felt like I said, I played this deck into Water Diana, and it didn't feel bad, honestly. Like, especially with doing things like the Fluffy Shopkeep into Reclaim the Fluffy Shopkeep when they go to do their first turn, right? Neglecting that first glimpse is always really good. They can't then play a Crystalline Archer to hit you for another 4. That's like 7 damage in 1 turn while you're still a Spirit. That can spell the end of your game here. So on top of just like once you are level 3 and you start doing the Crux thing, it can be very hard to get through, especially if you play like Ayla, because Ayla is like oh god, what's the word that I'm looking for? A variable. Era is like a variable that's very hard to sort of interact with because it's not like a once per turn or like a once thing. The first one is free, yeah, but you could just activate it again by paying 3. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's
turning anything
not,
with an on enter into a backup charger.
Right, exactly. So it's very hard to sort of play against, right? If you play how do I say? If you play a Crystalline Archer and then in response you like negate or oh god, what's suppress, sorry, wow, that word really escaped me there. If you suppress something else, you suppress the quick treads or anything like that, obviously they'll get to draw the card, but being able to interact with their turn a little bit more is always going to be good. One of the things that I did was if they put a Frostborn Paladin on the board to sort of negate your big damage, then you can suppress it in the end phase and just swing with all your allies for game. That's also very crucial that you can do. If you don't mind giving them the card if you're going to end the game, right? That's always going to be good.
Well, we have a unfortunately slow start from Quick right now, and it looks like Jimmy Lee's webcam is not at its best, so he might be holding off a little bit in order to get that back online. Jimmy Lee dropping a Windmill Engineer into a Reclaim, just a very traditional start for Windex. Quick, unfortunately, not able to get the aggressive start that I think he was looking for, getting a backup charger onto the first turn, into a Fracturize, which admittedly nice to get some float into the yard, but definitely not the level up, definitely not the Aqua Mirage Whisper that you would have expected from a good hand for this Diana player.
Definitely not. There are some decks that's game plan are like so telegraphed that something like a backup charger instead of like a level up just kind of spells out that you don't have particularly great hand. This is one of those decks. Anything other than going distant in the end phase and materialize, leveling up to 1, getting your Aqua Mirage Whisper is always going to be detrimental. We did see a Thurible coming in here from Jimmy Lee's side. We have our Asim Protector. I believe we are responding to Asim Protector's activation. Maybe we see a Charge the Soul to get rid of this Windmill Engineer.
Yeah, this is
Or
a very
maybe not.
threatening start from Jimmy Lee's side. Absolutely. It's very strong here with the Windmill Engineers and the Ace and Protectors. Quick's really going to have
Ooh.
oh yeah, there's the Frozen Dismissal. I love this card. It's so nasty.
It's very good. It's very good. This is kind of like an eternal sideboard card for me. Like every deck that I play, primarily obviously all water, I really value making at least space in the sideboard for a Frozen Dismissal, because it can be a card that like a lot of people don't expect very much, especially when they go to Dungeon Guide.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just rip Dungeon Guides like it's nobody's business. They just like throw it out on the board, and you're like, hey man, I have like 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, you gotta
maybe
we
gotta think a little bit about about this card. But yeah, and it looks like we're just materialize our Seeker's Aetherwing. We are still not level 1. We are still not a ranger, so we're just kind of putting a little bit of damage as much as we can here. But Quick, not in a very good spot, especially because we're about to level up into Lorraine. And if we have another turn of just no distant enablers and no sort of game state progression from Quick, this could just very well be the end. We are down 0-1 in the round, so ooh, okay.
Yeah, Quick had a lot of interaction here, a lot of
Yeah.
ways to kind of put Jimmy Lee off of his preferred game plan, but really not going anywhere on his own. Now he does have the float in the yard, so he's refilled at least a little bit there, and he might end up using that in order to go to level 1, or he might end up using that just for a card, right? We could easily see Ranger Strides or something else come down. It feels like Quick is just not finding what he needs in order to begin that aggressive start, so he might just be digging here.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, we have done a decent amount to stifle Jimmy Lee's game plan. It is fracturizing or destroying like the sword that you get for free from Lorraine level 1 can actually be a bit more of a deal, like a sort of bigger deal than you would think, because it forces them to materialize a card to then return back with Ghost of Pendragon. It forces them to materialize a sword to return with Ascension, and that's always going to be good, right? The difference between like a materialization and an activation in a game like Grand Archive is massive. Your materialization is so crucial to your game plan that like circumventing that in any way grants you so much value over the course of a game. So fracturizing the sword early can be very detrimental. You are obviously giving them a fractal, so you are kind of giving them a little bit of a pseudo influence, but I think the payoff oftentimes is worth it. That's why Fracturize is a 4 of in every single water deck. You'd much rather them have the fractal than the sword, than the thing that they actually materialized.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely agree with that statement. And Fracturize is a staple for a reason, like you said.
Yeah, definitely.
So Quick finally finding a source of distant here, dropping Weaving Mana Stream into the yard, which is a very powerful source of floating memory once he gets his game plan going. And
I think
now
this might be
the
best water card in the deck.
Quite possibly. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past it at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, finally engaging in his preferred game plan. Here comes the Aqua Mirage Whisper. We've got Diana level 1 on the field, distant. We're probably going to see some more Ether Charges come down, and we're going to see some attacks here. We're going to see if Jimmy Lee has the defense that he had last game. Because if Quick does start getting some attacks here, if Quick can start sculpting his hand with those glimpses, then things could quickly snowball the other direction.
Yeah, definitely. Diana is kind of a deck that is very hard to put down in the sense of like you can stifle their game plan quite a bit in the early game, but they can always kind of just spike you in damage if they get a couple good cards, right? Like you said, I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a turn that sort of acts as a basis for the rest of Quick's turn. We have 2 cards in the graveyard. We can put 2 crossrun or Crystalline Archers on the board, especially if we mill another float, which we will. So this could be, like you said, the damage can come so very quick, especially because Crystalline Archer replaces itself on attack. So you always sort of have the influence to play these like very powerful cards. It's hard to put Diana in a corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be quite the advancement that Quick wanted. 3 cards
Yeah.
going to the bottom of his deck, and then milling that Fracturize in order to get the Floating Memory into the yard. So still no good aggression on the top, and nothing coming out of on his hand in order to press this turn further. No Frostborn Paladin here, no Crystalline Archer. We're going to be banking on the power of Weaving Mana Stream being float and producing those extra cards from the material deck, as well as charging up his sword, or charging up his Aquamirage in order to really get any kind of aggression going. In the meantime, Jimmy Lee bringing out the Clarent Reimagined. We didn't see this last game. Instead, Fluffy Shopkeep kind of sent it away. But now we're seeing Clarent come down in order to get some more swords into the Banish, I suspect. In addition to having a 1/3 sword that has pseudo Spell Shroud in case those Fracturizes come down again.
Yeah, this is kind of one of the sort of... This is to combat, like you said, Fracturize. One of the detriment of getting your early sword Fracturize does mean that like you have to take a turn, like we said, to materialize an actual sword. Clarent is just free if you have Clarent and another sword in to banish to pay for the cost. So, oh wow, that's
Oh, the double DG.
okay.
Turn. There we go.
Double dungeon guide. Here we go. Do we have maybe another Frozen Dismissal?
That would
No,
be
it doesn't
really nice
look
for Quick
like
to have.
it.
Wow. Yeah. So out of aggression, out of interaction, Quick really feels like he's just lost his C here. Meanwhile, Jimmy Lee bulling forward. Dungeon Guide to level 2. Dungeon Guide to level 3. We're going to get Lorraine Crux Knight out here. We're going to get a pretty big attack off of the Crux Knight ability combined with the extra 2 damage from the Lorraine level 2 on enter. We're going to see so much damage here. And Jimmy Lee's setting up to really close this game out very, very quickly.
Yeah, let's hope we don't see another tactical retreat. We did see 2 last game. Another tactical retreat here would be a little bit unfortunate, but
yeah, that would be incredible. But it really looks like Quick's hand is absolutely nothing. Just a bunch of bricks. Nothing going on over there. Really unfortunate situation.
Yep, bit of a nothing burger. Let's see. Can we at least
he's
go
still
distance?
taking his time here.
Okay, three cards down. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Is this a Cerulean Decree?
Yes, absolutely Cerulean Decree.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Going for a few more cards and mitigating the damage at least a little bit.
Let's see. This is what, like Drowning, either the Dissuading Halt or Drowning Ether, Fracturize, and Refreshing Charge. This is like we said, this is a bunch of nothing here.
Yeah, Refreshing Charge not going to get a whole lot done, although it might keep Quick alive a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Honestly, with the way Jimmy Lee is sort of powered up here, staying alive a little bit longer might be all that Quick can do in this situation.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a Drowning Ether or a Dissuading Halt. I would be interested to see if Dissuading Halt would have been a better idea. Obviously, Cerulean Decree does replace itself, which is always going to be really good. But Dissuading Halt does load itself, but I think it would be a Drowning Aether. It looks like we got confirmation it is a Drowning Aether. And let's see. I mean, you have to you got to find something here if you're Quick. I think the game is kind of running away from you, if you will, especially with level 3 Diana or level 3 Lorraine. We have a sort of unfracturable sword on the board, and we're materializing a flash grenade as well. Not great.
Yeah, not the most aggressive of materializes that Quick has access to. So definitely playing a little bit of a more defensive game. Is getting to finally take advantage of this Weaving Mana Stream, though. Finally at level 1, finally able to materialize the card draw from his materialized deck in order to take advantage of that floating memory and send that Weaving Mana Stream into the Ether Wing. So Quick has the potential to get a little bit of damage here, maybe. Not a whole lot on Jimmy Lee's board at the moment. Jimmy Lee definitely in a position where he's threatening more damage on his next turn, but not a whole lot of defenses at the moment. So we'll see whether or not Quick can make something happen here.
Yeah, definitely. We like we said, we are preventing a bunch of damage, but we're not dealing a bunch of damage, and as much as preventing will help out, you got to win the game. You are 0-1, and we have 15 minutes left in the game.
Yep.
And you definitely don't want to let Jimmy Lee do what he wants to do. So we will see a Crystalline Archer here. This could
charge
be
the soul, going into the graveyard, getting a floating memory out of that mill, and leaving a card on top of that glimpse. So whatever Quick drew just now was definitely a card that he wanted.
Yeah. We'll see if we have another Crystalline Archer coming down here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting. Was like, okay, Crystalline Archer, draw me a card, new Crystalline Archer that I left conveniently on the top of my deck. Doesn't look like that is the direction Quick is headed. Maybe he's saving the interaction. Maybe it's just a tactical retreat that he really wanted to keep handy in order to prevent some of the extra damage that he knows is going to be coming in on Jimmy Lee's turn.
Votive Runeblade coming out here.
Whoa, Jimmy Lee planning an aggressive turn.
Yeah, this is
a big boy.
Yeah. I mean, Votive Blade and Crux Knight are such a nice combo. You know, getting to wake up your Crux Knight that is buffed by the number of swords in your graveyard is so good. Obviously, you have to sacrifice another sword regalia, but you know, oftentimes you just do that, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you want to get rid of something like a Clarent, but if you can Ascension something else out, you can, you know, Ascension your Prismatic Edge out, and then get rid of it with Votive Blade to wake up your ally again, or wake up your champion again.
I mean, we already know that there's at least 2 swords in the banish right now. If this turns an attack for 3 into a attack for 4, followed by whatever else he has in his hand, I mean, he's not going to be very far away from winning the game at that point.
Yeah, and we see Quick here attempting to go distant. It looks like we'll go through. You do have to be distant in order to banish the flash grenade to prevent the damage coming through.
Yeah, and that is such a powerful defensive maneuver. Flash grenade is resolute stand on a stick, which is just very, very powerful.
Yeah, it's resolute stand, but just like for all damage, which is just so nuts. And it also just draws you a card on enter.
Yeah, Jimmy Lee's attack coming in, getting a bunch of the damage deflected. I think all of the damage deflected, actually. So not bothering to get any extra attacks from the Votive Runeblade. Dungeon Guides, rested, not particularly powerful here.
So Drowning Ether does say target rested ally gets -3 life until the end of the turn. Obviously, if you have a 3 life ally, it just dies, and then you get to load the Drowning Ether. Super good tech card for a deck like this. It's kind of, you know, I feel like it's kind of come in and out of the deck list over as long as Water Diana has been a thing, but really definitely a great tech card against some allies.
Well, speaking of great tech cards, we have Ghost of Pendragon, which, as everybody knows is great sideboard tech against any deck against which you want to attack or draw cards. So probably a good inclusion here.
Yeah, every deck.
Sending that Votive Runeblade home, coming in for 3 damage. Yeah, very powerful.
Yeah, you always hate to see the first Ghost of Pendragon come down on the board, but man, the second Ghost of Pendragon, that one's really tough to deal with.
Absolutely. Knocking out the Crystalline Archer, making sure that Quick can't really put together an offense.
And there it is. And there it is. And there it is.
Oh, yeah. I don't think Quick wanted to see that one. As beautiful as these cards are, when they're staring you down from the opposite side of the board, that's not the best place to be.
Definitely. And this is the reason why this is so crucial is because you can't allow these to stay on the board. They're so strong. They deal so much damage. Oh my god, especially with an Ayla, with a Sabella. I
Yep.
believe
No
we have enough to
shortage
pay
of
through.
swords
Yeah,
here.
we can't do anything. We have 2 cards in hand. I think this is. Oh no! And the Podmore sword coming back.
Oh, that's so mean.
Why? Stop! No, he's already dead.
Not like
He's
this.
already dead. Not like this. That
Oh.
has to be like 10 cards and like maybe like 4 float that we put there.
Mm-hmm.
That's and notably like the Weaving Mana Stream was definitely in the graveyard, right? That's
Yup.
oh god. And I like you have to either spend a turn clearing some of these allies and they're awake so they will retaliate, or you just try to pump as much damage as you can, but 18 is so much damage to go through.
Yeah, this is
I think
huge. This is a Sisyphean task for Quick
sure.
here. Like
That
I
was a
don't think he's
great-
getting that boulder uphill.
That was a great use of the word Sisyphean. I gotta give a shout out.
Well,
out
what
my
can I
boy
say?
Sisyphus.
I like my mythology.
Wait, me too, man. Oh god, this.
I'm just staring down this board. and I don't even know
Jimmy
what to
Lee's
say.
board
There's
is
nothing
so
going on.
tough to look at. It's just like we said. The first Ghost of Pendragon, you're like, of course you do, dude. Like obviously you have the Ghost of Pendragon. The second Ghost of Pendragon, you're like, are you serious, man?
Yeah, it's so mean. It's so
Yeah.
mean.
The Sabella bringing back the Pavlor sword too. Oh,
It's
it's
an
so
insult to injury, honestly.
Yeah,
Like,
it
what do we
really
think
is
Quick is
tough.
going to do in that situation? I understand from Jimmy Lee's position, you're ahead, stay further ahead, right?
Yeah.
Can't kill Quick this turn, make sure Quick can't get into the game by just getting rid of his graveyard
Ooh.
completely. And
Okay.
Quick seeing the
That's
writing
pretty
on the
good,
wall,
though.
and oh,
That's pretty good. Getting rid of Ayla does get rid of the Power Sword. It does have a bond counter on it, so we do get our graveyard back here. So maybe not the nail in the coffin we thought initially. We do have our graveyard back. If we can put our Crystalline Archers back to back to back, we can get we can get back a lot of the value we lost over the course of the game. But we are staring down double crossword or double Ghost of Pendragon. So we'll see if we can get through it. We do have our Ranger Strides on the board. So this can be a very, very explosive turn, as it always can be with something like Water Astra or Water Aetherwing. Sorry, I play a lot of Water Astra, so every time I want to say Water Astra because it's the cooler
Right, yeah,
version
of
of the
course.
deck, IMO.
It's so funny when that attack happened. So many cards were moving back and forth on both sides of the screen. That was like, oh, that must have been a concession. They're just cleaning up. No, in fact, it's just bringing the graveyard back because the Palvar sword disappeared. But like, there was just a lot of movement happening at once.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, here's the
All right.
Runeblade back. So this is definitely a moment of truth.
Yeah, and we have to we got to prevent a lot of damage here because we have a bunch of swords in our banishment. We have 6 damage at least from the Ghost of Pendragons, one more from the Pendragon. Ooh, okay.
Oh, this is okay. So this is the right
There's
way to do
Ascension.
it. Yep.
Definitely.
Oh,
Let's
but the
see.
Ascension happening. Yeah, that's so brutal.
We've
here.
already used a lot of Fracturizes. Okay. Okay, and it looks like we didn't have enough to pay for it, so this will go through. We see a Frostbind coming in from Quick side of that card. I mean, so much value has that card gotten over the course of the game, so.
Yeah, Frostbind doing an incredible amount of work here. However, Frostbind is not going to stop the 7 damage that is already on Jimmy Lee's board.
That is for sure true. I believe we have 3 cards in hand, so a Song of Frost is probably our biggest counter to damage. We are at 14 right now, so 5 damage will just end the game.
I mean, it's a good thing that Quick stopped that Votive Runeblade, because that definitely would have happened.
Yeah, that definitely would have been the end of the game, yeah.
So, props to Quick for having the interaction that he needed in order to stay alive at least one more turn. But he's still in a position where trying to get 18 damage back onto Jimmy Lee before Jimmy Lee kills him, when more than lethal is easily presented on the board right now. This is a tough position. This is a really tough position.
Oh god, and here comes Sabella. We are surely grabbing our Pavlor sword again, right?
Here comes Sabella.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Pavlor sword once again.
Girl.
This is 2 damage from Sabella, 2 damage from
Crux Knight, or more than 2 damage from Crux Knight with the
Yeah,
sword.
much more damage
If
than
we
two,
don't have a
ultimately.
response, this is the nail in the coffin. And it looks like we might have nothing. Big
Nope.
fat nothing.
Laying
This
it
is a
all
take
down.
aim. This is a take aim, another card, and I believe a tactical retreat. And that is the end of the game. Like I said, I not too surprised. I definitely feel like this is a very winnable matchup for Crux Knight. Or sorry, I guess Wind Crux. At least it definitely felt that way when I was playing it, and as we've seen, definitely doable. Jimmy Lee, obviously a very good Lorraine player in kind of any flavor. So
Oh yeah, for sure.
But I mean, it's interesting. I'm sure we'll see a lot of this in the upcoming SEA Nats, and if nothing changes, by the time the Worlds format comes in, then we'll definitely see this in Worlds. In my opinion, so definitely a deck to watch out. Like we said, it has popped up in a bunch of regionals over the course of the season, more and more. So we'll see.
One thing that I think is really interesting is with over the course of this national season, because we're having events so frequently, right? There's a huge tournament every 2 weeks. We're really seeing the meta evolve a lot quicker than we normally do. So
Yeah.
I love kind of seeing the movement of the meta right now. Of course, Windcrux starting to become the flavor of the week, the flavor of the month. Ayala, a very powerful card. We're seeing Ayala in Seryu as well, just a very powerful inclusion in that deck. Wind Diana, Water Diana rather, still a very powerful sort of the almost the mainstay of the format. Really, it's kind of the deck that everybody's revolving around. But we keep seeing people coming up with new decks. We keep seeing people come up with new innovation. And I love the way the movement of the meta has happened so far. I definitely don't think it's stopping yet. You know, I think Windcrux is going to be powerful for a bit. I think people are going to recognize, oh, Windcrux is good and Diana is good. I've got a deck that beats both of those, and then we're going to see, you know, something along, and there's going to be another shift. So I'm really looking forward to SEA Nats and seeing what people are going to bring to the table there.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. It sometimes we get into those. Sometimes the like regional season will come like right after an ascent, and so like all the sort of development of the meta comes out after the ascent has happened. Sometimes you have regional season leading up to an ascent, and that is like very crucial to look at if you're going into an ascent, or like it's the case now, if you're going to a nationals level event like SEA Nats. That being said, we will be right back, myself and Jim, for your round 3 in this week's NA Online league. We will be back in just a bit, and don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the TCG Online Weekly. I am Jim the Eternal. With me once again, Lineage Break JoyBoy. How you doing, buddy? Welcome back.
I'm doing good, doing good. Honestly, that last game, that last round, a little tough to watch from quick side, but
Yeah,
still entertaining
absolutely.
overall. Definitely, I think a meta relevant matchup. You have to know about these two decks because they're, I mean, Water Diana, all been strong for a really long time, but Wind Crux kind of making it up there as well. So definitely need to be aware of that.
Yeah, Windcrux kind of the flavor of the month, if you will, right?
For sure.
Kind of now making a little bit of a surgence or resurgence. Windcrux was around for a while, but now kind of getting a little bit more popular. What with the backing of Ayala, just a hugely powerful value engine in the late game. So I'm excited to see more of that. Honestly, I want to see what the next iteration of that deck looks like. I think that's going to be cool.
For sure. I obviously with every new set, I want to see like the water decks. I really want to like a water crux Lorraine list that isn't primarily focused on like allies, because I've played water allies Lorraine before, and you go to level 3 just because you can get your sword back, draw an extra card, and then maybe you use it to dispersion away. You obviously have your Ghost of Pendragons, but I hope they do some cool stuff that maybe is a bit more in the crux field that can work well with like a water base for the list. I think that'd be cool.
I mean, I do have a semi-local player who is infamous for bringing Water Merlin to every single event he's ever
Oh
played.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. And don't you worry, I've copied that list a couple times and played it at events a couple times, and I'm never good enough of a pilot to
Oh,
do well.
sure, sure.
I'm
It's the
never a
kind of
good.
deck that you need like hundreds of reps
Oh,
on
for
to really
sure.
understand the ins and outs, right?
Oh,
The kind of person that brings the same deck to an event over and over and over and is just like, what deck they're bringing no matter what the event is. Like,
Mhm.
that's the kind of person, the famous example of like Bruce Lee or whoever it was, like, I'm not afraid of the man who knows 10,000
Oh
different
yeah.
punches. I'm afraid of the man who has practiced one punch 10,000 times.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah.
like that man has practiced that deck 10,000 times,
No,
and
for
I have the
sure.
fear,
I
absolutely.
every time I see him top an event, I look at his list and I'm like, but how though? Like, because I've played the list. Like, I've played the list and I look at the cards and I'm like, I have no idea what to do with any of these. I don't know what to do
Mhm.
with any of these. But he just, I mean, it's surely just a diff, like, right? He's just better than me at the game. But like, normally when I have like the cards in my hand, I'm like, okay, I can see what the game plan is here. The Water
Mhm.
Merlin is one of those decks that I look at and I'm like, I'm Merlin level 3, but I don't feel that strong overall. Like, I'll put this Majestic Spirit on the board and hope it lives more than a turn or two, but like, I don't know. I guess that's how I win.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, Crux is pretty good, but you have to know how to run the value engine of the deck in order to
Yeah.
make it work for you, and that definitely takes some practice. I don't know. I do think it's a powerful deck, and I'm sure that coming up in Asphodel, we'll see some neat stuff, right? With how popular Water Exia is right now, I'm sure there's going to be a Water Exia mage that does
Yeah.
some very, very crazy things.
Yeah, I'm
So I'm
excited.
definitely looking forward to seeing what that looks like.
Yeah, I'm excited for Water Exia Mage for sure. Me and Tyler were talking earlier that we want a Bloodbend for sure. So
Mhm.
that I'm excited for that, definitely. Uh Lorraine is Lorraine. I'm sure it'll be fun. I'm sure it won't be a water deck primarily. So right now I'm focusing more on the water deck. But speaking of water decks, we have a pretty crazy matchup here for our round 3. We have Water Terra Kongming and then Wind Terra Kongming.
Oh boy. Okay.
This,
So
this
that
is
is that is two decks that want to go to not the usual level 3.
yeah. It's just interesting. I have played Water Terracombing, and I think I've played Wind Terracombing maybe twice. at like a locals one time, but I built the deck myself and I just did a bad job. Like a bunch of the cards were just like like super anti-synergistic, and like what I was trying to do was just like not what like I should have been doing. It was tough. It was like when Razor Gale first became a thing, and so like I was trying to do like level like level 3 Razor Gale things, but in like with Terra cards, but it just doesn't really work like that because a lot of the cards just like are super anti-synergistic, and I'm like, I built this so bad. Like when I was playing the game, I think I won like literally one match, and I was like, oh, I did it, and it took like 60 minutes. It was so tough. It was so tough to go through.
There's something about mage synergies that's just really appealing, even though
Yeah,
it's hard to make them work. And sometimes they
yeah,
just flat out don't work, especially in the case of like trying to mix and match, multiple different elements or the advanced element and the base element. Like it's so tempting and it
yeah,
seems like it should do some really cool stuff, but it's just like really hard to make the pieces interlock. That
definitely.
said, water terracomming has been a list that I have seen here and there, and that I know some people who've had some good success with. It's got some really powerful tools there. I mean, Hydro Guard Retainer is just an incredible card. You get a
Card's
couple of
broken.
those on the board, and you just
Very
walk
good.
away with the game. And then you have the control tools like Engulf, Frostbind, Ceasing Edict. You can do so much stuff there.
Yep.
The Wind Kongming deck, though, I'm very interested to see what they're trying to accomplish here.
I mean, I see Ayla's in there, which honestly, this is kind of cool, man. I see Ayla's, I see Lubu, I see, the obvious Semternal Sage. That card is really good. Tempest Downfall also really good. Bagua of Cardinal Fate. That's like a Razor Gale staple, but also just really good overall. We have also Argus as well. So I mean, this is kind of dope. I kind of like this so far. We'll see how. I'm interested to see how well it does, and
Yeah.
maybe I'll play it at locals. Oh, dude, these sprites are so cool. Holy, the Coming one is sick.
Oh, that looks really good. Yeah. I'm personally excited to see these dueling Shukong Shifted Fates. That seems like it's going to be pretty
Is that
powerful.
is that Bibu? Am I tripping? Is that Bibu? It looks like it.
Well,
Sorry.
we are already into the action here. So let's take a look at what's going on. We've got a backup charger coming down for KB Destro, and we have a oh, I love this frog. It's the Taunt Frog. We got the Taunt Frog for Tsuya,
Yeah,
the
the
water player up
Throne
top.
Keeper. Oh, what a great mat from KB Destro. I love that mat. Shout out Murgle.
Yep. All right, well, pretty similar start so far, right? Nothing but defensive posturing and backup chargers all around, which
Yep.
makes sense for the kind of deck that wants to control their opponent's tempo and go to level 3 and then play powerful Terra cards.
Yeah, these aren't decks that will like, usually spike you with a ton of damage. These are like value engine building sort of decks. They really turn on when they get to level 3 and they start doing their, spinning with a purpose, if you will, getting you getting advantage of all of these like frankly broken Terra cards. Like Terra as an element is so good sort of in a
Mhm.
vacuum. Like when you look at all the Terra cards, they feel really powerful. But something about Terra just like kind of falls flat a little bit. I think a lot of the time is like the time that it takes to get to Terra and sort of get your game plan going. And we'll see a 4 diamonds. This is like, I feel like when the diamond cards got revealed, I feel like a lot of people, myself included, kind of immediately were like, these cards are very Kong Ming coded, right? A lot of them
Mhm. Mhm.
empower and have retort on them. So I'm not surprised to see a 4 diamonds coming down here from the water side at all.
Yeah, and honestly, the diamonds are just an incredible value engine, right? You have the diamond ribbon producing 2 cards, 2 bolts of diamonds that you can have in your hand. You have the 4 of diamonds, which when you reveal those bolts of diamonds, you then generate more bolts of diamonds,
Yep.
which is just absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, it's a
Like you
giga
have
influence.
so many cards in your hand that admittedly they don't do a whole lot, but you have so much influence that everything else you can just do as much as you want. And that is very powerful.
Ooh, we have a CSR lineage on the win side. Gotta love seeing that. CSR is so pretty in this game.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, did we dungeon guide it too? Interesting.
I think this is just a straight up materialize. Like, oh no, it's the dungeon guide. Yeah, dungeon guide 2. That is in fact what looks like what happened. Um,
Have you seen anyone use the other Kung Ming level 2 at all in your like
no,
locals or
I
anything?
really haven't. I don't think it's real. I mean, it's kind of
Yeah.
like if you look at it on the surface, it's somewhat tempting. Like it's the kind of thing that's like, oh well, maybe. But
Yeah.
I think overall it's just way too much to. It's a lot of
Yeah.
text for not a lot of effect.
I think the biggest problem is that like you're essentially trying to, because the effect essentially says draw 4 cards and like activate one of them,
Mhm.
but you're like you're like combating with like essentially draw a card every other turn for the rest of the game.
Right,
You
which
know what I
is,
mean?
one of these
Which
is
is just like,
one of these things is
yeah,
not like the other.
exactly right. Like it's just you're it's really hard to sort of pick the other one.
Absolutely. Well, the prophecy has come true. Hydroguard Retainer has hit the board, and Suya is now going to be drawing roughly 1,000,000 cards on average.
Yeah, roughly a million, maybe maybe 1,000,001.
Yeah.
Uh,
Plus or minus 2 or 3.
ooh, we are very quickly at level 3 here. Honestly, dungeon guide to level
Ooh.
2, then reclaim, then hard materialize. Pretty cool actually. I'm
Yeah,
really
this is
interested
a
to see
really
what
good
this.
hard materialize too. Like all
Yeah,
of the floating memory that he had in his yard. This is a really good place.
yeah. And we will recover the 1 damage that has been dealt to us with this Eternal Sage in the banishment. Notably, from the water side, we have 2 enormous taunt characters on the board. So, this damage is going to be in non-combat damage for 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 the foreseeable future here.
Yeah, until we get that Argus down from the wind side, which feels like it's probably not too far away.
Yeah, no, definitely. We just got to see the card, right? What
Honestly, the
banishing the
wind deck.
cards negate, or it reduces the cost to 4, right? It's 4 reserve.
Yeah, buy 3 for each piece.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I'll
Honestly, the
pay.
wind
I'll
deck
pay
has
more.
some pretty powerful beaters, right? Between Sempiternal Sage coming in for 3 every
Yep.
turn, whether you want it to or not, and Argus plus Lubu, like that's a bunch of 4 power beaters too.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the 4 attack beaters is kind of a big deal when all of the taunters have 4 health.
Definitely. Lubu is like a really good ally. Like once Lubu comes down, she's just like super good. The problem is a lot of the time it takes a little bit too long for you to get to level 3 and like uh start doing the Lubu game plan. But with a win deck where you get to dungeon guide, reclaim dungeon guide, and uh hard level, and you're already level 3 while your opponent is level 1, I'm sure also you get to retain a lot more of your influence in wind than you would in water.
Mm-hmm.
So, much more likely to use Lubu and then also use Lubu's effect.
Yeah. Well, we have the full diamond engine online for Tsuya here. The
Here we
diamond
go.
ribbon coming down in order to generate 2 bolts of diamonds added directly to the hand, and that 4 of diamonds in play, ready and able to take advantage of those extra bolts in order to generate some more bolts. So you're gonna have a like 10 card hand, 11 card hand relatively soon.
Yeah.
Although freely admitted, a bunch of that is air, right? Diamond
Yeah,
Ribbon
yeah.
is producing bolts of diamonds, which you're not going to do much in terms of damage with those. So they're kind of like fractals. They're all the influence, none of the calories.
Yeah.
But
I like that actually. That's a great way to put it.
um,
Oh my god. This speaking of drawing 1,000,000 cards, this is gonna be
insane. Every time you shift from north to west, you draw 2 cards. Every time you shift from north to south, you draw a card. The influence is large.
Yeah. So double Hydro Guard Retainer is, I think, what every Kongming player goes to bed dreaming of. Like this is exactly the board you want to have at any given point. This is just such a good spot to be in.
Yeah.
So KB Destro has quite a few game relevant objects to get through at this point. Drawing some more cards though, so no slouch in the influence wars. But
yeah,
definitely going to be
the Terrasite is just so good. Like obviously, like back in the way back, your one of Terrasite in Sylvie provided so much value, and that's also the case in this deck. You always get your optional GCR.
Yeah,
Is this a Regal Inquisition?
Do you think we'll be discarding the Bolts of Diamonds?
Yes, actually, I think for sure we will.
This is actually really
and
interesting
the
because
dungeon guides.
with enough cards in Suya's hand, Regal Inquisition could be effectively Dynastic Whirlpool, and that might be the direction.
Yeah.
That might be the direction that KB Destro is going here. Like we're both gonna have enough recovery that nobody is going to be dealing lethal damage ever. So let's make sure that you're the first person to mill out.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, picking them all up.
Wait.
Are we sending them all down?
No way. Oh my god, it's the
beautiful.
entire thing. Notably, he gets to
Yeah.
know every single card that is drawn here, so.
Feel free to refill your hand.
Okay,
KB
bunch
Destro
of nothing. Okay, more nothing. Oh, okay. More nothing. This is not good. I can't even see that last card there, but. Oh, okay. Looks like it's a reprogram, and the last one is a Thronekeeper Bullfrog. That's a lot of nothing. Is what that is.
A lot of nothing.
Losing.
Did you see if we picked up a Nimue? Because that's the other thing that can keep KB Destro back, right?
I don't
Hard for
think
KB Destro
so.
to get through these big taunters when all of their allies are dead.
I don't think so. I mean, losing double dungeon guide and the two bolt of diamonds that you needed to activate your 4 of diamonds, pretty crucial here. And here comes the Lubu, and we wake it up.
Yeah, definitely time to knock out those Hydro Guard retainers if you are being given the chance. And this is one thing that Lubu's really good at, is eating 4 life taunters. So good night to both Hydro Guard retainers. A huge hit to Tsuya's engine.
If you can't, oh god, if you can't get rid of Lubu, on this turn, the amount of influence that KB Destro has to just wake up Lubu over and over and over again, because it is.
I think you can only do it on their first attack.
Oh, is it? If this? Oh yeah. Okay. Never mind. Yep.
It's still 8 damage. Like, who's gonna turn that down? This thing's
for sure. And then it turns into a taunter.
Right.
If you try to clear it, it also eats 8 damage or 4 damage.
No, I mean, Chia's game plan, I think, mostly does not involve attacking. Like, Sempiternal Sage can attack, but it's mostly attacking in order to get you the recovery for your own health total, rather than worrying about your opponent's health total. Like, I think in terms of damage sources, Shukong is going to be the big one. Keeping your opponent back for long enough that you can either chip away with small things, or hit him with a Shukong for 1 million damage.
For sure.
But KB Destro actually does have a game plan here, which is an important feature of this deck that Tsuya maybe does not have.
Yeah, I mean, also these decks get so much influence too. Like Shukong is just inevitable. We're still level 1 too from Tsuya's side.
Well, now we get to play my favorite game, What's Under the Grail.
Yeah, this
Quick
yeah,
that
that
Grail
is
coming down for
interesting.
Tsuya.
Let's see. What do we have here?
I could see it being a Wand of Frost. That is, I think, the typical thing that Water KM players put under there. But Covenant of Thorns is always a good option.
Covenant of Thorns is also good. Focusing Gem, maybe.
We'd have to get to up to level 3 before that makes much of a difference, though.
Yeah.
It's, honestly, Tsuya's still sitting here at level 1. Hasn't had the time or the inclination to go up a level yet. Definitely out of dungeon guides, so maybe that reduces the urgency a bit.
Yeah.
Still trying to draw more cards. There's another Hydro Guard Retainer coming down. Well, I guess if you drew 11 cards, you're probably going to see the third one.
Yeah, we haven't seen KB Destro materialize a card in like 3 turns. Every turn he just goes for that Terra site to draw that extra card.
Yeah, I mean, when you can materialize GCR every turn, that feels pretty strong.
For sure. We'll draw a card.
Yeah, KB Destro gets going for that and more cards. Let's go. Spin the winds. Spin the winds.
Here we
spin
go.
Lubu. This is where all the influence is going. It's time to start getting damage onto the board.
Do we have a ceasing edict maybe to prevent one of these taunts from dying? And it looks like we do. So we will at least, for now, keep one of our taunts on board.
Yeah, I mean, that's one. So KB Destro presumably about to pay the 2 reserve in order to get another shot at killing that Hydro Guard Retainer.
Definitely. Yeah, and we still have a 1-2, so we don't get to shift our currents at whenever we play a spell, which is really crucial. We see how many
Another
times
Terracite coming down.
we see how
More
many times
spinning.
KB Destro is doing it.
Ooh. Oh, here we go!
No, surely we
This is the big one.
No, surely we have. No, we definitely do. We don't.
I mean, the thing that Shukong does is whenever you pass the turn, you deal, what, 8, 9, 10 damage to your opponent? More?
Well, it's currently it's currently 11.
Currently 11, yeah, feels pretty good.
Wow, we didn't have a single negate, huh? That's tough. I mean, is this game not over?
It's going to be difficult to deal with a Spell Shroud Fantasia in the in the Water Kongming main deck.
For sure. And we don't.
Yeah, not a lot of options in the sideboard either.
We have no way to get rid of it in the sideboard either. Oh.
Well, 11 damage a turn is certainly something that I would be worried about.
You know what? I would be inclined to agree if me personally.
Yeah. Tsuya going up to level 2 here, so making a little bit more of a nod towards, hey, actually, I need to stay alive.
Do we at least see a dungeon guide here?
A dungeon guide here would be pretty good. In fact, pretty important, because all of the good recovery is at Terra.
Yeah, I think it's necessary. We already had 2 dungeon guides ripped from our hand.
Yeah, the Regal did a number on Tsuya's game plan.
Definitely. I don't think you're allowed to pass the turn. I don't think you're allowed to pass the turn here, unfortunately.
Oh, that seems real dangerous.
Yeah. Even if this is something like Covenant of Thorns under the Grail, it just like won't matter unless you dungeon guide here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kongming level 2 with that 22-point health pool is at exactly the right amount of life to die to Shukong.
Yeah, die to the end phase. Yeah, that's for sure true. We are 3 down. Notably not a dungeon guide.
Can't even fire off a Pearled Prayer yet because we're not level 3.
That's
not that those are in the main.
All right. We'll kill this Lubu.
All right. Some damage.
Oh no! Forgot that Lubu has taunt. We are not swinging into. We are not swinging into KB Destro.
Okay.
Because he knows he will lose a taunter in the process.
Yeah, these 4 of diamonds really not that impressive on offense, and sitting on defense maybe don't matter when Shukong is dealing all of the damage in the world.
Yeah, I think this is what we would call GG's.
It's sure not looking good for
methinks.
Tsuya.
Fan of Seven Depths lets you change your direction, which triggers your Shuzhong, and then your end phase will trigger Shuzhong. That is 22 damage, or actually more now.
Oh, did we
'Cause
get more more cards
it'll
preserved?
be more because every time you trigger it, you preserve the top 3 cards of your
All
deck.
right, yeah. Every time you do
So
it, you preserve more cards.
yeah,
Oh,
so
so
every time you
brutal.
do it, it gets bigger. So
Well, this is a completely fair endgame. Honestly, it is a completely fair endgame. Both of the decks have access to the exact same card, and they're
yeah, I
both
mean they're doing
running
the
it.
same thing.
Uh-huh.
And here's we shift, and here's okay. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
But yeah, KB Destro got to level 3 early and started taking advantage of that Terrasite engine, while Tsuya sitting on level 1 trying to take advantage of the Hydro Guard retainers, but Lubu really just not letting Tsuya draw anything, and Regal coming out so quickly and just halting Tsuya right in their tracks on their efforts to get up to level 3. Just such a mess.
Yeah. This is what we would call GG's.
Yeah, I
methinks.
mean, we've got some more spells coming down. We're continuing to spin the shifting currents. Maybe to make sure that we can get that extra card draw when the turn ends or when the fan goes off.
Yeah.
Add insult to injury. What's the
Yeah.
point in killing you if I don't get to draw cards over it?
Definitely. Remember, Shuzhong only triggers when you switch from one direction to its opposite direction. So it has to be Fan of Seven Depths or that's the end. Or an in-face
yeah.
trigger. Or something like Corsair Captain, I believe is the name of the card that is a 3-cost ally that lets you change your directions to any direction.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, as soon as Shuzhang got on the board, I think we all kind of knew what was happening.
Oh yeah, this was pretty over from as you say, from the moment Shukong hit the board. It was not a lot left to happen. So what does Tsuya do at this point, right? Tsuya's got to figure out a way to combat what is essentially his own deck, if in a little bit of a alternate mirror funhouse kind of world. What does he bring in order to deal with this?
I mean, so we have 3 Blanche in the side. I think those for sure come in. Like, if Shukong is on the board, that's most of the damage prevented. Especially if we can put Blanche on board with a ton of cards in memory, and you do build a really big influence as Water Kongming. That will help a lot. Corn of Rejuvenation will help a lot. Pearl Prayer, I can see coming in because it is just heal for a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised if those came in. But really, the problem is that like all of these cards kind of stave off the inevitable, but not negate the inevitable, right? There is no Fantasia removal. There is no way to completely remove the Shukong from the board. So
yeah, Tsuya really needed to have either the Frostbinds or the Engulf on time, and that is not
Yeah.
what happened.
Definitely. And then from KB Destro's side, not that he necessarily needs a ton of things, but Noble Dissolution is in the sideboard, so that card can come in if you are expecting your opponent to play their own Shukong. Scatter Essence is also in the sideboard. They have an additional Shukong on the board. Regal Inquisition, we saw how good that is. We have one of those in the sideboard.
Yeah, unfortunately, Noble Dissolution and Scatter Essence both spells, and Shukong has that spell shroud printed on it. They really don't want to let people just handily deal with ultimate.
That's tough, dude. That's tough. That's so tough.
That is so tough. I would not be surprised to see Morgan and Regal Inquisition come in, dealing with a little bit of recovery. And Regal Inquisition, of course, a factor if you expect the game to go long. Regal Inquisition is essentially an alternate win condition. Might see another Sempiternal stage come in. It wouldn't surprise me. That's an extra form of recovery, an extra form of kind of constant advantage as time goes on, because we're really looking at the long game here, right? We're trying to make the game go long enough that you can play a 10 reserve Fantasia at advanced element. So, you know, no matter what they're doing, they're definitely looking to keep the game going as long as possible.
Yeah, is there a there's not a card that like destroys all Phantasias, right? That card
There
doesn't
is
exist, surely,
actually,
right?
but
There
it
is,
doesn't. Most
right?
people aren't going to be running it.
Yeah, I who who would have thought that that card would come in handy?
Yeah, unfortunately, not going to happen this time. All right. Well, given your obvious familiarity with Kongming, what do you think we're going to be looking for here in terms of letting the match go differently? Like, what changes to the game plan are we going to see?
Honestly, I think from KB Destro's side, I don't think much will change because we saw how effective it was in the first game. I think from Suya's side, you have to go a little bit faster. The amount of time that Suya was at level 1 compared to KB Destro's at level 3, it was too much. You let KB Destro build up too much of an influence, especially because the water, like we said, the Terra cards are so strong. Lubu, Terracite every single turn, some Eternal Sage. If we saw that card, and then obviously the way we won the game, Shu Kong. I don't think you're allowed to sit there and do the like water thing and like hold up a bunch of. And obviously, you should hold up interaction, because you are a water deck, but you can do that and still reliably get to level 3. Uh, Especially because so many of your cards care about the direction that your uh, shifting current is facing, and the only way you can reliably shift that very consistently is by being level 3. I don't think you're allowed to sit at not level 3 for as long as you did in game 1.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think Sia is going to find it a lot more important to get up to that higher level as soon as possible. Definitely need to keep that board presence, right? The Hydro Guard Retainer is very important to Tsuya. So making sure that they take advantage of that by getting to level 3 soon enough, they can use spells to just turn the winds freely and generate card advantage that way. Seems like it would help them out a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Like, and the thing is too, you can rebuild your influence with Hydro Guard Retainer once you are level 3, like very consistently. So you don't even really care about the fact that you're going uh down in influence. Obviously your dungeon guides got Regal Inquisitioned and that sucks, but I think at that point you just have to hard level. Like, just lose the influence, recuperate it back with your Terracite and your shifting currents with your Hydro Guard Retainers. You had 2 Hydro Guard Retainers on the board for a while there. So yeah, like I just don't think you're allowed to sort of dilly-dally as much as you did in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Well, we are seeing a Nimue come down. So Tsuya ready to deal with that Lubu that I'm sure will inevitably hit the board. But
For
in the
sure.
meantime, maybe not a whole lot happening for these first couple of turns. Dropping out a couple of low attack allies just to kind of clog up the board. And then KB Destro looking to do things a little bit more windy. We have the Windmill Engineer down. We might see an Ace Protector. We might see a Reclaim. We might see a little bit picking up and putting down. But I think mostly the first few turns is not where the real action is. We're probably going to be moving to level 3 sooner rather than later.
Yep. We
Of
see a
course,
backup
neither of them really
charger.
feeling much urgency, right? The backup charger coming down for KB Destro won't surprise me if we see a backup charger or a diamond ribbon come down for Tsuya. Like, it'll take some time to get there.
Definitely. Well, Nimue on board is really good as well. It gets over a lot of the allies. Granted, like, I mean, you do have things like some Eternal Sage, like uh God, Ace and Protector, which using a single card to get rid of is always going to be really good, especially because you don't have that much damage in the terms of, like, allies that can clear the board. A lot of your allies either have 0 power or 1 power, so
Yeah, not a lot. It's kind of people with the foam swords kind of bashing into each other here. Just
yeah,
not a lot of damage
definitely.
on the board for a while.
Yeah, until we put out Big Lubu herself and swing you for 8 every turn.
Tsuya firing back with their own backup charger. You get influence, I get influence. Everything is right in the world. Power
these
Cell
are both
coming
very
down.
these are both very slow, or well, can be very slow decks. It can be a sort of like solitaire kind of decks. But KB Destro is up a game, so you cannot afford to just sit there and you know not progress the game state.
I like this reclaim timing from KB Destro, right?
Yeah.
Like making sure to wait until Tsuya doesn't have the cards in hand to punish him for playing it. Wants to
Yeah.
get that Windmill Engineer back, wants to keep that influence neutral, and honestly let a full turn cycle go back and forth because Tsuya just wasn't playing cards down. And then this time Nimue into the backup charger gave KB Destro the window that he needed in order to be able to bring back the Windmill Engineer without running into any opposition.
Yeah, and you're not really running into the problem of like graveyard hate against a water Kongming, right? That's usually not the kind of game plan that they have, so you're pretty safe to do this in the recollection when you know that you're gonna get your windmill back. The float is more than likely gonna stay on in your graveyard. You can use it to level 1.
Yeah, and the float, I think, maybe just as important. Like, in addition to not wanting to get his Windmill Engineer interacted with, definitely does not want to get his Reclaim Frostbound.
For sure.
Yeah, just a really good sets of interactions here. So KB Duster now finally getting to level 1, their own Shifting Mastery dropping onto the field, ready to spin to win. Although I think there's a little bit more. Go ahead.
I gotta be honest. I wish that Tsuya swung with his Hydro Guard retainers, because you're not really getting like sort of hit by very big damage overall, and we saw how quickly they can lose their value. Like, more than likely they're gonna stay on board even if you do swing with them. So like getting the extra 1 damage is not gonna be really that bad. Like, what are you taunting here? A hit for 1 from Dungeon Guide?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it matters that much, whereas every damage on the champion can potentially add up over time. There is the question in this situation of protecting Nimue, right? Like, if an Asen comes down, you want to make sure that something is in the way so that Nimue can live to fight another day, so that your reprograms still have good targets.
That's fair, but
but
I feel like especially now, like, is Asen Protector not the card that Nimue is for? Like,
right.
how many big threats is KB Destro going to put on the board that you need to respond with something like a reprogram, right? Argus is in the in KB Destro's hand, but that has Omni Shroud as long as it's awake, right? So most of the time it's gonna have Omni Shroud as well.
Well, we are seeing a nullifying mirror coming down. Tsuya does not want to get Veiling Breezed, nor does he want to allow yet more Windmill imbues. So gonna turn off a little bit of KB Destro's value engine. But still nobody at level 3 yet, so no real action happening.
Definitely.
Bolted Diamonds producing the appropriate value, looks, or not Bolted Diamonds, 4 Diamonds. Looks like it's been activated, so more air added to Tsuya's hand, more pseudo influence building it up.
Oh, that reminds me. You mentioned this in the first game, and I wanted to comment. I realize how good Diamond Ribbons is, but one of the problems that I have against Diamond Ribbons is that, like you said, it's all air. It doesn't actually dig you deeper into your deck. And I feel like most of the time when I want to play or when I want to play a card that like ups my influence, I want to do that in a way that digs deeper into my deck. Obviously, Bolts of Diamonds are really good against stuff like spell shields, and it is influence in the deck, but I don't love it as much as I see it going around, mostly just because it doesn't dig as much.
Yeah, absolutely understandable. And if your priority is finding your win condition or something like that, then you definitely want to get something that digs you deeper rather than something that just bulks up your hand. Fortunately, this deck has cards like Hydro Guard Retainer, so no shortage of the card draw as well.
Yeah, definitely.
but we are actually seeing a little bit of bumper car action. The reprogram coming down, taking advantage of Nimue's ability in order to get rid of KB Destro's dungeon guide. And KB Destro then firing back with a calming breeze, so no 1 point of damage for you. Calming breeze, of course, most importantly, a floating memory here, as KB Destro goes straight up to level 3. Definitely following in the appropriate footsteps from the previous game.
Ooh.
And getting the ability to fire off this this 3 visits from the banish is very
like
nice
that.
to see.
I really like that. I gotta say, definitely copying this list. I'm gonna look through my unsorted pain in the butt collection to find all these tarot cards that I haven't played in like a year, and I'm gonna put it together. Thanks, KB Destro.
I do love the tarot cards. The tarot is such a cool element. But yeah, hard materializing level 3, bringing out the Lost Providence. One of the biggest skill tests in the modern format, by the way. Remembering to bring out Lost Providence on time.
Dude, this card is, I'm so bad at bringing out Lost Providence. One time during during Massachusetts Regionals, I forgot to activate this card 5 turns in a row.
Oh no.
Yeah. I lost that game, if you'd believe it.
You know what? I would actually believe that. Given that story, I think I would believe it.
Yeah, me too.
Well, Tsuya still generating more bolts, which is pretty cool, actually. These 4 diamonds definitely turning into the results that they are intended to produce. But still not up at level 3. Not sure if I saw what got materialized this turn or if he's still building into it.
I think we are about to
there we go. Okay.
Going up to level 2. Surely we see a dungeon guide here. We haven't gotten Regal Inquisition to discard the 2 that we had in hand. This is a big hand. This is Giga Influence is what I would call it.
Yeah, but this is like half bolts of diamonds, right?
That is true. Yeah, that's fair.
If we banish 2 bolts of diamonds here, I'm not going to be surprised.
Oh yeah, you're up so much. This is, I believe, Nipping Kicker. Yep.
Yep, that's what that looks like to me.
Wow, what a hand.
One of those cards that feels mostly for float.
Yeah.
But does do a little bit more damage here and there.
Yeah, if you're already running a diamond package, it's like not, it makes sense.
Yeah, and it does, especially in the mirror, allow you to deal with Hydro Guard retainers. So
definitely,
very understandable. Well, small bits of damage still coming in. So KB Destro getting the chance to show off the recovery suite that's available in this game. We already saw a 3 visits. Would not be surprised to see a Sempiternal Sage soon. Or maybe even one of the feasts. I think our Wind KM player is in fact running Magnificent Banquet.
And here we go.
There it is.
We're feasting. And we get to recover 1 every turn.
Oh yeah. Kongming players eating good today.
For sure. A good one.
Was that the
that
fan?
was good. It's great because you get to just like forget about the card if you want to, or you grab it to recover 5 if you want, but it's also just like totally fine to just forget about the card, heal the 1 every turn. You're like totally chilling.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to just be able to leave it in your preserve and recover like that, especially when this deck kind of powers up a bit by getting additional
turbo charging.
Whoa.
I didn't realize the turbocharge was in the deck. There's 2 of turbocharge.
It's such a wind-coated card, though.
It is for sure, definitely. I'm actually playing a Nico list right now that is playing 4 of Cell Sharpshooter and 3 of turbocharge, just so that I can like get Giga Influence, and it's pretty fun.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's just one of the things that win decks are very good at is just drawing a bunch of cards, and it's so satisfying just to be like, yes, I have seen 3/4 of my deck. What are you gonna do about it?
It's getting hard for me to hold all my cards in hand, and that's exactly how I like it.
Well, Tsuya now has the opportunity to maybe burn a few more bolts of diamonds and go up to level 3. needs to make some materialized choices here, and I'm hoping that he has the tools to kind of stay in the game at this point.
Ooh,
Oh, Fracturize will do it. Yep.
Okay.
Fracturizing their own power cell, which makes a lot of sense here.
Ooh, double-sided.
Oh, neat token.
That's pretty
That's
cool.
very cool.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get a fracturized like token or something. I just flip the card over. Are we leveling up here? Oh no, we got our diamond ribbon. Man, I hope next turn is just not a a Yukong turn again. Hopefully we have
that would be an unfortunate callback to the last game.
Definitely. Definitely. We do have Frostbind. We have 4 Frostbind, 4 Engulfs in the deck. So we do have a fair bit of negation, but
yeah, I wonder if this is Suya just being like, I don't have any particular reason to go to level 3 yet. Like, nothing in my hand particularly suits it. So just building up influence, building up my ability to respond in case my opponent does something. Or Dungeon Guide, also a good way to deal with a situation.
Definitely, yeah.
Maybe a better way of dealing with a situation. Yeah, the Dungeon Guide finally hitting, which is also a change from game 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if we have. Let's see. Did we just not have a Stifling Trap?
Yeah, Stifling Trap would have been a great find there. Are we even running the Stifling Traps? I know the Gyres are in the deck. Yeah, it's Stifling Gyre, no traps.
Yeah, no traps. No Stifling Traps. Which is interesting. I feel like the Gyre would have came down already. Yeah. Especially if we're level 3 and our opponent isn't level 3.
Right.
Doesn't hurt to put out a Gyre.
Well, KB Destro preserving yet another card. Terrasite coming down.
Yes, I think this was Terrasite. Terrasite in the end phase, put it into the material deck, go to our turn, grab the Terrasite once again.
Absolutely.
Play it again during our turn, surely.
Seems fantastic, honestly.
This is an insane influence on both. Oh,
here we go. Yeah, Regal. It's time for the Regal again.
So this is like, I think this is like engulf bait.
Yeah,
surely.
well, is Tsuya just letting it happen?
No, there's no
You're
way.
just going to get Shukong, buddy.
Not allowed.
Oh, no. Well, that is a lot of bolts.
That is so many bolts. Oh, no.
Double
Blanche Nimue.
Ooh, okay, yeah, not that impressive a hand. I can see why Tsuya took so long to get to level 3. Just nothing going on here.
Yeah, like you said, it's a bunch of air. I don't know if I can't see everything. Is there an engulf? There's a lot of bolts of diamonds. I can see that, but I don't know if I see an engulf or a frostbite in there. And I think, honestly, I think you're like totally fine to just let Blanche do its thing, because you can probably kill it you probably consistently kill it. But I mean, why not just get rid of it? The big thing is that if we get rid of enough cards, we might just like draw them into more negates. So that's always a problem you can run into.
Yeah, I feel like leaving Tsuya with a bunch of cards that don't really affect the board is an okay place, especially if you think that Shukong is just going to kill him again. Yeah,
so definitely getting rid of the 2 Blanches is going to be good. If none of these cards are negate...
Is that all cards again?
No.
Okay, just the 2 Blanches. Okay. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, so I don't think there were any negates. So I think we're just saying, like, let it rock. Keep your card. Yeah, none of these cards matter.
Getting another Throne Keeper, getting another reprogram. Not a big deal. So, none of Destro's allies will ever live to see a combat phase. So,
Right.
it's gonna be Shukong or nothing until that Nimue leaves the board.
Yeah, I mean, there's
And
like...
so far, it looks like it's nothing.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
So
drawing some
we
cards, but just kind of sitting on the influence is KB Destro here. Drawing a few more cards, taking advantage of that inherited level 2 ability on Kongming every time the winds shift from north to south, drawing an extra card. So building up a little bit more influence, but mostly just okay with the status quo, I think. Taking advantage of again some of the recovery options, right? Got that magnificent banquet sitting off in the preserve pile, so generating some recovery here and there. But just taking a little bit of chip damage and being like, okay, not the end of the world, move on, and we'll see if I get something better next turn.
I think Chushan definitely would have came down that turn if we had it. So I'm assuming, I'm
Yeah, almost for
inclined to
sure.
believe we don't have it. He's I can't see every card in his deck. I mean, his hand, obviously, he has quite the grip.
Yeah, and Tsuya bringing out a focusing gem, so maybe being ready to do their own big thing once they find it. But having looked at every card in Tsuya's hand, we know they don't have it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's also I don't think there's anything KB Destro can do against the Tsuya's Shukong if they do play it. So
Mhm.
this if I think whichever whichever one comes down first is probably gonna win.
Yeah,
If I
almost
had to
assuredly.
guess.
Looks like we didn't get a banish for the dungeon guide. So kind of correcting that error. Since we did fire off the Regal, we know what the cards were that were down. We know that it was 2 bolts of
Oh,
diamonds. So
yeah,
it's
sure.
Shuya just banishing 2 bolts of diamonds and moving on, I think. But yeah, we have this like Kongming Cold War going on, just staring each other down, not a lot happening, waiting to draw into their big guns. And in the meantime, Tsuya's just chipping in with 1 damage here, 1 damage there. And if there's enough turns of this, that could actually make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, if we have like I mean, these bolts can turn into damage if necessary, right? We do have nipping kicker. So it's not like they're completely useless, and they are free. And here they are, we're rapid firing them.
Oh, yeah, turning them into cards via that level 3 ability on Kongming,
Right.
right? Every
Yep.
2 bolts of diamonds that you fire is a spin north and then a spin west, triggering that Hydra Guard retainer, drawing another card. So that's pretty valuable.
Yep. And then we still get our end phase trigger. Let's see. Here comes here
You're
comes
doing it
another
again.
one.
All right, yeah, get
Deal
1
our
damage,
1
spin,
damage.
get 1 damage,
Shift.
spin.
Are we
I love it.
doing more? Or are we doing our end phase one this time? We have a lot of influence. I think it was. I think was it 4? Was it 6 or 4 bolts that we had when we revealed the
I think it was
Regal
6 because we have
Inquisition?
the ribbon as well as 2
2 of the
4s
yeah,
that all
okay,
got
yeah.
activated. 2 of them did get banished. So we know that it's down to 4 in Tsuya's hand. And now that
Yep.
he's fired off another, 3 of them, I think? So
Yeah.
down to 1 maybe?
Yeah, I think definitely 1. I would imagine. I think if we're doing our math correctly, unless if we, I mean, if we haven't drawn any negates, this is looking like a Shukong turn. If we have it, oh, okay.
Firing off another Regal, you have to be sure. I understand.
Yeah, I mean, if we have the influence to, that's a lot of frogs.
3 Throne Keepers.
Okay, yeah.
Nimue,
That's
Coriolis.
a nipping kicker. I can't see the last. I think the last card is a throne keep. I don't think any. Oh no, it's a seizing edict. So it doesn't look like any of the cards are negates. So
Is it coming down? Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
there it is. Yeah, none of them are negates. None of them are action. Like,
Yep.
yeah, keep it. Whatever.
That's-
You have a handful of garbage. Keep your garbage. Here comes Shukong. Let's end this game.
Yep.
3
here we
cards getting
go.
preserved on top of the existing 2, so that is going to be 11 damage immediately here.
Okay. Ooh, Cyclical Breeze is also not bad. That could be a good card to bring. Oh my god. This is so much damage.
Yeah, there's
we
only
gonna
so much more that
use-
Tsuya can handle too. Like
Yeah.
Tsuya has access to a bunch of recovery options as well, right? If they draw into a Sempiternal Sage, that's not bad here. That'll probably buy them a turn. They have the ability to materialize like a Covenant here. That's, you know, potentially going to buy them another hit. So they're not dead
Yeah.
yet, but they're definitely behind at this point because that
And they
damage
have
is
to
only
be-
going to ramp up.
They have to be worried too about putting too much of their hand down because we do have Fan of 7 Deaths on the board, and we could very easily at fast speed get dealt another 11 damage. Well, I guess more this time.
Yeah. Interesting to see
actually.
whether or not Tsuya is going to do anything in the materialize here or no. Okay. Going into the Recollect, drawing their card, and
Okay,
what are they going to
Terrasite.
make happen? Ah, finally, their own Terrasite. So now they can start. Now they can start shifting the winds without spending bolts.
Yeah. Do we have our own? Do we have our own nuke to put on the board?
This would be such a good time for it
I
too, because
believe
they would
this
actually
is
be
Nip.
a turn ahead. But no, firing off a bolt
This
just to
is just
get
a
an extra
bolt.
damage and extra turn. So that's an extra card. It's not bad.
Look at the influence.
Is it enough though? Oh,
Yeah.
is it happening?
Okay.
Did the Shukong get drawn? Or is this like another Hydro Guard retainer or something? 4?
It is a. Oh, okay. This is an 8 of spades.
All right, well, that's some damage. Like a 3/4 is not terrible here.
Yeah, I mean, if you have damage to put on the board, like why not put it on the board?
Yep. I mean, yeah, it doesn't seem like Tsuya's doing much else with their hand. So getting enough extra damage here.
Yeah, okay.
Honestly, KB Destro's sitting here at 10 health already with all of the one attackers coming in bit by bit. So getting some extra 3s on the board is very real and has the potential to deal enough to close out the
Are
game
we
here.
dead?
Wow.
Are we dead?
This is 4 more damage.
Okay.
And then the Hydro Guard Retainer is still up, so could come in for lethal with that. Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is
From
banishing. Are we dead? How many cards are in preserve? 5?
Okay. So this is responding with the Shukong
yeah.
activation using the fan, and
Ooh,
responding to
okay.
the Shukong activation with the Covenant of Thorns, which is going to be enough to soak up that big hit. And this oh, that's a Pearled Prayer. Okay. So he's not killing. He's just staying alive.
He's just staying alive, yeah. And all right.
Okay.
So
coming
Covenant
in
of
for a
Thorns-
threatening amount of damage. Not lethal, but threatening. Tsuya definitely sending a message here. And
Does it
that
matter
Dungeon Guy eating a
though?
monstrous Shukong to the face.
We do. I mean, we do heal a lot, but can we do enough damage? I mean, Shukong is going to scale to a number that is gonna be too much to deal with. But can we do that before we die to what is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 allies on the board, 2 of which can wake back up?
Yeah. Threatening 9, potentially 12 damage purely in combat.
Yeah.
In addition to whatever else might be in hand. And not dying to the next Shukong hit here, right? Like that Shukong hit 5 + 3 hit for 8, 14. So the next Shukong hit will hit for 17, which still leaves Tsuya at 21 and able to get in with the crackback.
Do we have any fast speed damage on KB Destro's side that we can get through with?
But
we
if
have
Tsuya's
Tempest
holding a bolt-
Downfalls.
If Tsuya's holding a bolt, that'll be enough to stop an ally. So like Lu Bu or whatever, which would almost be enough, isn't going to because of Nimue.
Interesting. Ayla. What do we do?
What are we going to get out of here?
This is such an interesting like game state to be in, because very clearly we have
damage coming in. 17 damage
Okay.
Shukong is going to hit and bring Tsuya up to 23. Can KB Destro find 2 more damage? Or is he destined to die to 8 of spades?
Wait, do we have Tempest Downfalls? Oh, interest. Oh, shit. Okay. That's not what I was imagining.
That's not enough. That's not enough. Oh, that was a Terrasite. That wasn't a Bolt of Diamonds. Maybe that is enough. Argus coming in for crucial 4 more points of damage. Tsuya taking it.
Taunting enough. Oh, wait. Hold on.
And now, no, he's gonna flip. He's gonna flip Shukong. It's gonna be lethal. He's gonna flip Shukong for 17 off of 10, 27. That's more than enough.
Yeah,
here he goes.
Is Tempest Downfall? Oh, do we not? We have Tempest Downfall in hand, right? We've suppressed an ally this turn, so those are also free, no?
I mean, if he has the Tempest Downfalls in hand, then yeah. But did anything get suppressed?
Yeah, so Ayla suppressed the Hydro Guard Retainer.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, that's it. That's it. Even without the Tempest Downfalls, Shukong is hitting for 17 damage on top of the extra 4 from Argus and the 2 from Ayala, and no taunters to be seen because Ayala is a very, very powerful card. Just an absolutely huge final turn for KB Destro. Well played, well played.
Definitely. I mean, it didn't look like it, but we actually had even like way more damage that we could have done too if we needed to. We saw the Tempest Downfall. Something had been suppressed. Not even that it mattered really, because we had the influence to just hard play it anyways. And then obviously it goes to our end phase, and we just trigger Shukong again, dealing so much damage. So that on top of Argus is, the writing is definitely in the wall there. Also, when it goes back to Tsuya's turn, Argus is just there to taunt through all the, at least most of the damage that the allies can do. So it's and also we grabbed our Magnificent Banquet from our material deck too, so we at the very least also had that card to recover 5. So it looked close for sure, but I think given everything, I don't think it actually was as close as we think. Because
that's a fair point. KB Destro had a lot of defensive options still available.
Yeah, because we definitely have. Yeah, because we definitely have Veiling Breeze in hand too. Like I saw that, and we have 5 cards in our memory with Ayla. Ayla plus Argus is 7 cards in our memory. So we're, you know what I mean? We're negating 7 every time we even try to get hit. So
there's definitely room for a bit more back and forth there.
For sure.
The numbers were going pretty high. But both of those players had a lot of action in order to keep themselves into the game.
Yeah, it was close for sure. But I feel like the wind list had just so much. I feel like it had so many more cards that helped the game plan. I feel like Tsuya was just sort of spinning for a really long time, not really advancing our game plan very much. Like, we did have a lot of bolts in hand, and that was cool, and they did a decent amount of damage, but I don't know. I would be more inclined to the win list if I was, sort of looking at these 2 lists and like deciding which one to play.
Yeah, I think Tsuya was stuck in a difficult position because they didn't have any of those powerful Terra cards, so there wasn't a lot of incentive to go up to a higher level. instead spending their time and effort on trying to draw more cards. But those Hydra Guard retainers didn't do a whole lot in game one because of how quickly the Lubu came out to kind of deal with the board. And in game two, there was just drawing a whole lot of nothing, just really, really unfortunate back and forths before somebody finally got anything that really affected the board. So kind of a difficult position to be in.
Yeah. And a lot of the influence, like we keep saying, it is sort of the air influence where it's not actually digging deeper. So while we do have a massive hand, the hand is kind of dead, right? We don't have all the things we're actually looking for. So, but still super fun mirror to watch overall. Not as sort of grindy as I thought initially. The wind version can actually level up pretty efficiently and get like Chuzhang on the board kind of reliably to put a very finite clock on the board. So I'm impressed.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool deck. Not okay, you say not as grindy as you thought originally. It still took a full 57 minutes to get to the end of game two.
Definitely, but I thought we were gonna play a game one. I thought we were gonna play best of game one. We get to one game, we don't even get to we don't even get to our game two. That's originally that's what I thought. But finishing both games within regulation time, that's impressive to me. You know what I mean? When I'm looking at two Kongming level 3 decks, for sure.
Well, we are about out of regulation time, and we need to go to a break before we can take you to round 4. So thank you all for hanging out here. I hope you are enjoying the stream. I hope you're enjoying these games that we bring to you. Please drop a like on the stream, subscribe to the channel, and hang tight as we come back for round 4 in just a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out, and catch you folks in a bit.
Go anywhere.
Welcome back to the TCG Online Weekly. We have coming into round 4 here, which is very exciting. I, of course, JimTheEternal, and returning to keep me company here is Valkyrie. Valk, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I kind of rested from that round 1 I was here at, and now I'm back to close up the night with you. Super excited for it. Some really fun matches in our previous 3 rounds, and hopefully this last one does not disappoint us as well.
Yeah. Definitely had some bangers coming up here. The Kongming Mirror is something that I can honestly say I have never seen before. So that was a real interesting match. But yeah, some pretty good stuff today. Always excited to see the TCG Online Weekly. Like, always excited to see what people are bringing to the table. You know, I really feel like this is at the same time the forefront of the online meta, as well as being like a sandbox where people can kind of bring whatever they're thinking about and kind of play around and try it in a low stakes environment and see kind of whether or not it matches up well against the things that other people are doing. So I really like this tournament as a place to go to kind of see what people are up to.
Yeah, I truly enjoy it when players treat it like their locals. They will bring in their brews, bring in their like favorite decks, and just how it competes. But of course, like I'm not complaining. People who play like your Aetherwing Diana or some of the more competitive decks, it's also a great way to practice because you get a lot of matchup variety, get experience, and there's sometimes where it's just like, hey, I need some extra reps on this deck. Doesn't matter what I'm playing against. I just need to make sure I'm doing my lines precisely.
Yeah, absolutely. And that practice is so important. I run a podcast, the Korhazi Outlook, and we talk about kind of what the meta is doing, what the people are doing at the big events, and kind of what people are playing, and what kind of the takeaway is from the latest snapshot of the meta. And the most important thing that you can do to prepare for whatever event you're going to is just practice. It really feels like being better at your deck is more important than having the right deck handy. You know, you can gain a couple of percentage points or lose a couple of percentage points by picking the right deck for the meta, but way more than that is knowing your lines and knowing how your deck works.
Exactly. Yeah, it's one of those weird things in Grand Archive, and I don't know, Jim. You can confirm after this real quick to really see if it's true. But I feel like you can grab a top deck in Grand Archive and not perform well because there's more than just playing the good deck. You actually have to know the deck more deeply, just the way the resource mechanic in Grand Archive actually works.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Far more important than having the right deck in your hands is knowing what to do with it, knowing your lines. The way that Grand Archive's resource system works, I'm so glad you brought this up. The way that Grand Archive's resource system works is so front-loaded, all of your decisions matter from turn 1. And it's so important to start executing on the right strategy at the very beginning, let alone having, the right tactics, the right individual cards to play at any individual time. You really need to know kind of what direction your deck is headed and what your deck's win condition is. Like what that dynamic between your deck and your opponent's deck looks like so that you can deal with them appropriately. And that's one of the most beautiful things about Grand Archive.
It really is, and it's a great like showing an explanation for that. I couldn't have put it better myself. It's really just an amazing game itself. You can tell these top players that they're good at the game because they're consistently topping with different decks as well. So it shows just that repetition, knowledge of the game itself, and then of course the layer of getting into the deck. But we do have the announcement of our pairings, which I'm actually super excited for this one. We have Bonnie on Serene Fire Luxem up against Risky Boots on Fractal's Daochen, and I believe both these players are 3-0 right now.
Excellent. And both of these decks near and dear to my heart. Fractal's definitely one of my favorite decks of all time. I'm definitely a combo player at heart. And Luxemzander, honestly, the deck that got me into Grand Archive to begin with. So I'm really excited to see how these decks have evolved over time, as well as how these decks face up against each other. I think this is going to be a fantastic match.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Since you've been a pilot of both of these decks, whose chair would you want to be sitting in? Like, if you're told you have to play this round, do you want to be the Fractals player or do you want to be the Luxem player?
It's such a tough choice, honestly. I feel like there is a slight advantage to the Luxem player because things have to go right for the Fractals player to have an aggressive enough start to handle Luxemzander before he gets up to level 3. Because once he gets up to level 3, if he can actually bring his damage total back all the way down to 0, it's going to be real hard to kill him. Like, you have to build up so much of a board before you can actually get a lethal burst asunder in that situation. And the Luxem deck is just so good at recovery once it hits level 3 between Luxem Sight and the other tools that they have available. And I feel like as time has gone on, the Luxem Xander deck has gotten better at closing out the game, especially with tools, more recent tools like Optical Control and Striking Illuminance. So I would be really, really worried if Xander got to level 3, and I think there's probably not quite enough punch in the Fractals deck on an average start. They can high roll, but on an average start, probably not quite enough punch to close out the game before Xander can turn the corner.
Gotcha. So it's all going to be very important that early game. Can Xander get that tempo and level up? Or is Dao Chen going to sort of go ahead, take control of that early game, force that early lineage release of that spirit, and then just put Xander in a very difficult matchup? And one thing to mention about this fractal list as well is it's your traditional fractal list, where you're really running only 4 Frostborn Paladins for like your main allies, and of course your Zhang Zhaos. No Gildises, no additional like tech ally cards that you've seen some of these fractal players move towards. This is just, I'm going to play a bunch of fractals and try and refracting missiles, shimmering refraction, burst asunder for the kill.
Yeah, this is sort of the influence builder fractal that we've seen, right? So it has Return to the Archive, it has Acquiescing Rejection, it's got stuff like Fractal of Intrusion to kind of give you information about your opponent and try and slow your opponent down that way. And I think in this matchup specifically, Fractal of Intrusion is going to be a very, very powerful card because Xander likes to put his extremely powerful cards into memory. And Fractal of Intrusion is a great way of dealing with cards that are just sitting in memory.
Yeah, it is something you really have to consider. It is just like you hit level 3, and do you risk putting in your Luxem sights down? Because it's a hard choice. It's a tough decision to make. Do you put them down and say like, okay, hopefully nothing happens here, and then I could get this reveal, or they hit you with that Fractal of Intrusion, you go, okay, now I've just lost one of my like stabilization conditions against the deck.
Yeah, it's a really difficult position to be in. I think it's there's a lot of decision making that goes into how you go from turn to turn and what cards you put in your memory. Absolutely a bigger decision than most. And this just really drives that home.
It does. Players are getting ready still, so you're stuck with looking at me and Jim just a little bit longer as we talk about this matchup here. And it's actually like, I'm really curious how optical control affects the sort of like slider matchup for this, because I feel like that card was very underrated. I don't think a lot of people really played with it or looked at it initially, and I'm seeing more and more Luxem decks at it. You're seeing it in Gojia, you're seeing it in Xander now. It's like, does this really make that big of a difference? And especially against a deck that mostly plays actions.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think it's at its strongest when it's up against a deck that mostly plays one type of card, whatever that type of card is. Because that's exactly what it does, is it's, it's tariffing for whatever card type you want to name, which means that if your deck is mono-focused on playing actions for advantage, and suddenly you're getting heavily taxed for doing that one thing that your deck is good at, that's going to be really tough. Like, you're not going to have a very good turn when optical control is on the field. And honestly, all Xander wants to do in that kind of situation is delay. Like, Xander does have some really good tools for closing the game out. If you pair 2 Lightweaver's Assaults, that is a huge amount of damage, especially against a deck that only goes up to level 1. But until it gets to that point, they're going to need you to not do your thing, whatever that thing is, and optical control is a great way to just turn you off for a turn.
Alrighty, we'll jump into the game. Hopefully we can see that optical control in action, Jim, if Xander does hit that level 3. But we're about to find the answer to who will take this match. We have Bonnie on that Fire Luxem Xander against Risky Boots on that Water Fractals Dao Chen. It looks like we just had a pass go from Xander, a traditional classic move, and Risky Boots opening it up with a Fractal.
Man, honestly, Bonnie Rien sitting here with Xander, he has so much experience on this deck. I am excited to see how familiar he is with this matchup and kind of what direction he's going to take it, because I trust him to have the right lines.
Oh, 100%. He is on Xander more frequently than not. But you are now just staring down a Dao Chen player who opened 3 fractals turn 1, and I think that's one of the scariest positions to be in, because that means there is a possible Zhang Zhao next turn, or just an insane amount of damage coming through with these refracting missiles.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's interesting that Risky Boots has taken the opportunity to put all of their cards down in order to accelerate on this fractal start, versus hanging cards back and potentially trying to interact with whatever Bunny Rien's next turn is. Of course, trying to get a Frostbind onto a Creative Shock like we're seeing here is not going to work out so well, but Acquiescing Rejection is a fantastic card to play here. Just like, okay, you want to draw cards, I want to draw cards too. How do you feel about that? Of course, in this case, Bunny Rien getting that Gentle Respite into the yard is a great start for him. Just getting ready to move up to Xander, spending that float. This is a great position for him to be in.
I'm actually curious what happened here, because we see the first missileization from Risky Boots into that Fire Resonance Bauble, and Bonnie passed turn on the turn 1, didn't materialize. Oh no, I'm sorry. Risky Boots went first here. Yeah, Risky Boots went first. That makes a lot more sense here. So we are now leveling into that Xander using that floating memory. I confuse myself slightly, but Risky Boots went first, Bonnie went second. Now leveling into that Xander, you do get that glimpse 2 here, and that means Risky Boots just did the pass turn for their turn 2, Jim. So now that interaction you were just mentioning is online, I feel like there's a potential Aqueous Rejection.
Oh yeah, I think Aqueous Rejection is exactly what Risky Boots is angling for here. You want to leave enough open to be able to interact with your opponent in that situation, and having the extra cards handy is always nice. Risky Boots, okay. So Bunny Rien passing the turn here. Risky Boots just getting some float into the yard with Reflecting Missile here. A little bit of damage, not much, but a little, and kind of accelerating the engine here and starting to get things moving. Going into a backup charger for a few more cards. It really looks like Risky Boots is trying to get his aggression going. And I think seeing Xander at level 1 definitely lets him know what he's up against, right? He's up against a deck that's trying to get to level 3 as fast as possible. So he knows that the window is going to close at some point, and he's got to make his time worthwhile while he has it.
Very, very well said there. And I'm curious, you have that floating memory in the grave, so you opt into the backup charger instead. That's sort of screaming to me a Frostborn Paladin's about to be deployed onto this field, and to put more pressure. Exactly what is happening here. Frostborn gonna gobble up that floating, get that buff counter, and draw an additional card. And Jim, what does Xander do against an early Frostborn Paladin?
Mostly what Xander does against allies is suffer. My understanding of Xander's game plan here is take a couple of hits early on and then recover from it afterwards. So you have that Luxem Sight in order to recover 3 every turn once you have it in your hand. You have a couple of neat tools to deal with allies once you're level 3, but not a whole lot of ways to get them off of the board ahead of time. We could be seeing something like a Planted Explosive potentially to get rid of this, but otherwise it's mostly about kind of keeping himself alive.
I'm honestly baffled. I'm bamboozled at this current moment. I think Risky Boots just passed turn, and at the end of turn, Bonnie is going to go ahead and just exploit vulnerability here, missing out on that 3 damage. I'm curious why Risky Boots is not attacking in with that Frosthorn Paladin. Does he not think he's against sort of a Luxem? But you see the Serene Spirit, so there's so many questions to be raised. Risky Boots, though, going to interact with this Angelic Channeling.
Yeah, I wonder if Risky Boots is just traumatized from having seen one too many fire aggro Xanders, and is just like, okay, well, it's Xander, I can't risk it. But yeah, this Acquiescing Rejection coming down in the face of this Angelic Channeling is the perfect trade. Bunny Rien wants to draw cards, Bunny Rien wants to set up his future turns and get some float, and Risky Boots is like, okay, if you want to do that, you have to +1 me.
Yeah, and it feels so bad to let your opponent draw 2 cards, but as you mentioned, we just need that Angelic Channeling to go through. We see a Luxem Sight, I believe that's Optical Control at the top, and a Regal as well. Very potent cards to be getting back at level 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the one thing Bunny Rien definitely wants to see on the level 3 turn is Regal Inquisition, since Risky Boots' board doesn't matter nearly as much as the cards that Risky Boots is holding on to in terms of keeping his threats open. If he has a couple of Burst Asunders, if he has a Shimmering or another Refracting Missile, like those are the things that you want to get rid of. Those are the things that you want to put Boots off of rather than worrying about what's on his board.
That's a very valid point there as well. Fractals only have a small amount of win cons, and if you take those away, they're not going to be doing much. And the dungeon guide coming in, this is exactly where you want to be, going to level 3 with barely any damage, still having that spirit as well. And there's really nothing Risky can do. You could possibly Glimmering Refusal for 3, but there's still so many cards in hand, and I think Xander's okay with just putting more cards down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there are cards that Bannerien does not want to banish to this dungeon guide, but getting the dungeon guide's ability to go off, almost regardless of what he banishes, is definitely a point in his favor.
I guess the one downside here, Jim, is if you had a way to draw a card like that Exploit Vulnerability, you can no longer just instantly draw like that Regal Inquisition or the Luxem Sight that you're about to put on top of your deck. So it does slow down by one turn, but it's inevitable, right? Those cards are going to be on the top no matter what.
Yeah, and Bannerien going up to level 3, bringing that health pool up to 25, turning on all of these powerful Luxem cards. Risky Boots has to feel like the guillotine is slowly inching further and further down.
One card at a time. And it is just, you said 25 life, but with that Serene Spirit, it's effectively just 31 here. And that is so difficult to punch through, especially because we haven't seen any additional fractals from Risky Boots.
Yeah, he's not actually finding any punch. That's a really good point. Risky Boots' board sitting on these 3 fractals, those fractals are all of Risky Boots' fuel. Without those fractals, he can't play Zhang Jiao. Now he's barely enough to play Zhang Jiao right now. But the Shimmering Refractions and the Refracting Missiles all scale off of the power of the fractals on the board. And without those fractals, he really doesn't have much damage.
Yeah, we're missing a lot of important engine pieces. And I believe that's a Terror Ring being materialized here for Risky Boots. Feels kind of an awkward materialization. Maybe we're trying to play around that striking Illuminance here. Frostborn Paladin finally getting its licks in. However, it may be a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is going to depend on what we see from Bonnie next turn, right? We know that one Luxem Sight made it to the top of the deck. It's possible that in the meantime, Bonnie has drawn another one, in which case Risky Boots might as well pack it up and head into game 2. But it depends on how much recovery Bonnie has and how quickly Bonnie can close the game against whatever Risky Boots is capable of doing.
Is there a world where if double Lightweavers are revealed here, that Bonnie can just kill?
I don't think he has quite enough influence. I think you need 10 influence in order to get the full 16 damage off of double Lightweavers.
Just running through the math, like so we have 2 Lightweavers in the memory, right? Reveal, deal 4, recollect, draw, attack for 1, dungeon guide 5, and then I'm trying to. Is that 4 in memory I'm looking at for Bonnie? If that's correct,
that sounds correct. I believe Bonnie is around like 7-ish influence right now.
So with Lost Province drawing for turn, you could play like Exploit Vulnerability and then Lightweaver's Assault. So that's an additional 2 be from the reveal initially plus 6. So that's 6 plus 6, 12, 13. Oh, you're just going to be 1 damage short doing it that way. So there's a possibility that double Lightweavers can just close out this game or get it very close to it. So that's something Risky Boots has to consider, still sitting at that spirit.
Yeah, still sitting at spirit is definitely a much more dangerous position for Risky Boots. Without having that extra 4 health from going up to level 1, Risky Boots certainly has to be aware of the damage profile that Bonnie can deliver.
Oh, we also have a Mercenary's Blade in that material deck as well. And typically we use that for the combo with exploit vulnerability, but it may also just be good enough to deal that one extra damage here. Risky Boots probably needing to keep some defensive options up, but we're committing one fractal already. Do you just pass turn here with those 4 cards, or do you try and develop your board thinking you're safe?
Oh, it's so dangerous either way, right? Risky Boots has to weigh the ability to deal damage and get closer to his own victory condition against keeping some defenses back and preventing Bonnie from killing Risky on his own turn. So it's very much this balancing act, this risk, and it's in the name, right? It looks like he is willing to take that risk in order to try and get some damage done.
Oh man, this is every decision matters, Jim, and it looks like the decision was to just pass the turn and keeping up 5 cards in hand, which reads to me as probably a rejection or a negate here in a glimmering refusal. But
Yeah,
that's still
having a glimmering refusal would actually be fantastic for him, because I think the biggest concern right now is a large striking illuminance or a large Lightweaver's assault. Otherwise, all of the damage that's coming in is kind of little chips here and there.
Yeah, and we were talking, and mostly I was talking about possible reveals here, but we have chosen, or Bonnie has chosen not to reveal at all, meaning not wanting to spoil what's in that memory, and probably no good Luxem cards to be shown quite yet. So we just know of that one Luxem site, but that Regal
There it
Inquisition,
is.
it's happening. What do we have in the hand, or is this just going to get negated? Either way, I think you're happy.
Yeah. No, this is definitely, if Risky Boots has a negate to fire off, this is definitely going to eat a negate.
Oh, but if it's a acquiesce rejection, that makes it just a little bit tougher. Oh,
Nope. Yeah, so this is just trying to get a little bit more damage out, a little more value out of the damage cards that he has in hand. Risky Boots, of course, as a Fractals deck, only has so many damage cards available, so every one of them that goes to the yard is another damage card that he can't use over the course of the remainder of the game. So just trying to make sure he gets a little bit of damage out of that Refractoring Missile before he loses it all.
oh, and we see the double burst asunder in hand and in memory here. That means 2 of those options are already going to be taken out. I think you discard that glimmering refusal as well, right? You don't want them to have access to that?
That would make sense to me. This might not be something that Bonnie is concerned about. Like, if Bonnie is going to be able to deal his damage through, say, a Glimmering Refusal in this case, then sure, just leave it in hand. Focusing more on the interaction pieces. Yeah, okay, so there goes a Glimmering Refusal as well. But yeah, the Fractal of Intrusion going, the Jean Yu going. Bannerien does not want Risky Boots to be able to do anything in response to his actions.
We get to see the 5 drawn, and if there's another burst asunder, it's
Well, there is a
gonna.
Shimmering Refraction, so there is a little bit more damage. There's also an Acquiescing Rejection, so Risky Boots has some play here if he wants to play it.
That
Bonnie,
is
of
true.
course.
Those were all to hand.
Yeah, Bonnie, I suspect at this point, happy to let almost whatever he plays gets negated if Risky Boots decides to fire that off. But drawing the Fracturize is actually really bad for Bonnie, because that is a fast speed fractal that Risky Boots gets to play here.
Very true on that one. Fracturize just helping out that additional float too. And the Shimmering Refraction right on top for 5 here.
Yeah, just firing
Is
that off for
Risky
5.
looking for a lethal line this next turn? I'm like, you wouldn't slam this on the table unless you were trying to go for the kill next turn, I'm believing, right?
So this will bring Bannerien up to 18, well, if it lands. On Risky Boots' next turn, he would need to be able to get to net 31 with the Serene out. So he's looking to deal another 13 damage. 4 damage on the board. Oh, here's a Topsy Decree. Okay, yeah, Banerien's completely safe here. The Spell Shroud from the Topsy Decree means that he's not going to be taking any damage from this Shimmering Refraction. And removing the float from Risky Boots' yard is so painful to see. That's such an awful position for Risky to be in.
Feels so bad and unfortunate. Now you're gonna have to go -1 for that Dao Chen, And that sort of lethal line or trying to go for the kill there kind of just halted, frozen in place, and instead Risky Boots going for the scepter here just for some more card draw. Like you need to rebuild that influence. You just got, was it 3 for 1 at that point?
Yeah. Yeah, that was really rough. Definitely going to be looking for more cards because that's the only way that he can actually deal damage, right? He just got all of his damage ripped out of his hand unceremoniously, and now looking for anything that he can scrap together in order to throw some damage at Bunny Rien. Unfortunately, with the Topsy Decree, he's got an even longer road to walk at this point, needing to get up to going to need like 18 damage from this point, and we know that Bunny Rien has a Luxem Sight in hand at this point, being able to draw it off of the angelic channeling. So that's only going to get worse.
Yeah, indeed, a Luxem Sight and an in-cap was revealed on that Topsy imbue, so that's another interaction piece to fight through.
So rough. Yeah, I think I hinted at it before, but I would not like to be in Risky Boots' position at this point.
Oh man, what to activate? Frostborn Paladin eating that float? Yes, that looks like it's a solid play here. More pressure on the board. Xander does struggle to clear allies if you don't have a lot of Lightweaver's Assault in that memory initially. And we're looking at a total of 7 damage just on board through allies.
Yeah, 7 damage on board is actually quite a bit of pressure. Kind of rare for a Fractals deck to have this position that they're in, but very nice for them as a way of clawing their way back into this game, since it's not a Frostborn on the board is not something you can Regal Inquisition away.
That is very true. And feasibly, that Frostborn Paladin that just got the buff counter negates the one Luxem Sight that we know Bonnie has. So it's the game is just like back in the same position here. The question is, how is Risky Boots going to attack? We see one with the Jing Zhao, and then do we push up to 17? Are we just keeping this on a 14 here? You don't want to put your opponent in Chalice range, but that's the trick, Jim. That's the problem. In order to win the game, you have to put them in Chalice range.
Yeah, at some point you're going to have to go for lethal. I suspect Risky is going to sit back on that last Frostborn Paladin, both to avoid any random striking Illuminant's death, and like you said, to not put Bunny Rien into Chalice range, because that is a very important break point, that 20 health. So this is a better position for Risky to hang back on, especially if he's managed to pull a little bit of spell damage from his deck.
Indeed here. And I can't help but think about the 3 missed damage from that initial Frostborn Paladin play. I really don't want to say that it's mattering, but I think it really might be coming into factor here. I'm really curious at the end of the game if that 3 damage would have secured the game for Risky Boots or if it was negligible. But we see the reveal of a Luxem Sight and then just 4 cards. Nothing too good. Resolute Stand, I might be the only thing to note since we do have the Frostborn Paladins.
Yeah, I think that Resolute Stand is probably going to be a big deal. Also of note, the Ducal Seal that Bunny Rien materialized this turn. So Bunny Rien, I think, realizes the position he's in here of needing to hold off Risky Boots for a little bit longer. He doesn't have all of the tools he needs to start really dealing damage. We still haven't seen a Lightweaver's Assault for Bunny. So he knows that he needs to hold Risky Boots off until he can put his offense together. And that Luxera's map that he just popped might in fact be the Lightweaver's Assault that we were looking for, or could it just as easily be something like a Gleaming Cut in order to refill influence here? We'll have to see what happens on Bunny Rien's next recollection.
Yeah, it's a 33% chance, right? It's Luxem Sight, Lightweaver's Assault, Gleaming Cut. And it's just a matter of like, how do you feel in your current setup depending on what you grab? If you're feeling confident that you're not going to be dying, I think you go for Gleaming Cut 100% of the time. But if you want to start looking for the kill line, you go Lightweaver's Assault. And if you need to be defensive, you go Luxem Sight.
Yeah, all of that checks out. That sounds like exactly the lines that Bunny Rien is probably turning over in his head. And I trust him to make the right decision. You know, this is a man who has been in this situation before. I think he knows the situation he's in, and he knows the right direction to get out of it.
We're going into Dao Chen 1 now. Oh, and we lose the refracting missiles off the level up. That really hurts here. I'm curious what caused this level up. Do we have some goodies in the hand or memory that we drew from last turn? Or are we just trying to get that little bit of life buffer?
Yeah, a really good question here. Not really sure what direction this is going to go, unfortunately. There's a lot of options for sure.
Maybe too many options, one would say. We're committing another fractal to the board. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That means our Burst Asunder is going to be doing 23 in total if it is able to resolve. But we do know an in-cap is lying in the weights. We're going to get a little negate war going on if the players decide to fight over it.
Yeah, a Burst Asunder here would in fact... Is that lethal, I guess? 7 times 2, 14, plus another 2, 16. On top of the existing 14 is 30. So barely not lethal if it goes through on the board as is?
Oh, this is happening. The Burst Asunder activation. We're going to attempt to in-cap.
Absolutely. I don't think Bonnie wants to let it get that close, even though he knows he has a decent shot here. If he fires off the Resolute stand, he's not going to be taking any more damage on the board. Risky Boots, of course, getting the +1 here off of Acquiescing Rejection. Bonnie Rien says, yes, I will not let you burst us under me. That is correct.
You have to say yes to letting your opponent draw 2 cards. Like, there's...
Yeah,
it
at that
is
point.
checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, Jim, what did he draw? Is there another negate?
Is this
Like,
a Glimmering? Did you draw a Glimmering? You drew another Acquiescing Rejection. Oh, that's gotta hurt so much. Bonnie Rien's like, okay, I guess you can +2 here. I suppose I am going to allow it.
Keep digging in. We're hoping for that glimmering refusal to stop this in-cap in its tracks. But I don't believe we found what we need here.
So the other side of this is he might have drawn some additional damage, but I don't think he'll have enough influence to replay it at this point. He's very short on cards after having spent 8 reserve on these 2, or I guess 6 reserve on the Acquiescing Rejections. What is
6,
the discount? Yeah, 6 reserve. Okay.
He did find the glimmering, Jim.
Whoa, that's a nice find. All right, well, popping the Serene here, which makes sense. Ready to take the 16 damage that is being represented by this Burst Asunder, which will put him at 24 damage out of 25 life. And how is Risky Boots then going to deal the remaining damage? The Ducal Seal is active for the turn. Does he have the influence to be able to attack through that?
Oh no! Does that 3 damage matter from that Frostborn Paladin swing we missed?
That's so cursed. Because now Bonnie Rien is going to have the Chalice of Blood. Bonnie Rien is going to have the extra healing from the Luxem site. So this is recoverable. It's scary, but it's definitely recoverable.
Do we respond to the Chalice with a Shimmering Refraction from memory, perhaps? No.
Oh, so clutch. We are seeing the Terrafring happen, though.
The
Terrafring... Here we go with double... Is that double Luxem site? It's double Luxem site.
It is, and I'm trying to see that card. I think that's Optical Control. There at the
yeah.
Oh,
okay,
man.
So the second Luxem site must have been what he got off of the Luxera's map. That was a really good read from Bonnie. Like, my opponent is being extra aggressive for the deck's usual damage profile. I'm going to need to recover through maybe a bigger hit than I usually am. Didn't actually crack the Chalice of Blood, which I'm not sure if that is an oversight or if that's something that he's waiting on in a future turn.
I feel like we might have missed the timing window for it, and it's one of those, you might as well draw 2. You've been letting your opponent draw 2 cards. You should have joined in on it as well, but there's always a possibility. But Optical Control now...
I wonder if it's a like a weird psychological play of Risky Boots didn't want to attack for 3 in order to put me at 20 last time. So if I get below 20, maybe he won't want to attack in order to turn on my Chalice of Blood if I just leave the Chalice of Blood in play.
Oh, yeah. Honestly,
I don't
that
know.
is
It's a little deep for me, but maybe. But yes, like you said, optical control coming down. Do we know what he's naming?
You
It
have to
might
name
actually be
action.
Fantasia here.
Fantasia, you think?
Named action. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. I think that is the safe play. I am maybe a little bit too tricky for my own good.
You're a little lost in the sauce there. That's you're playing some 4D chess trying to name Fantasia.
Well, 40 chess is only good if my opponent is not in a boxing match.
Oh, and a materialization receptor fascination here.
Yep.
I
No float, so burning a card in order to get an extra card, just to cycle through, maybe find a little bit more damage that way.
Oh man, digging deeper, trying to find. I can't help but think that 3 damage missed by that Frostborn Paladin and losing that refracting missiles in that level up to Dao Chen really mattered a lot. And one possibility is that Xander might be trying to block the negate right now, and he's going to be using that Resolute Stand as protection against this sort of like ally heavy board. You can alternate activate the Resolute Stand and still keep cards in interaction. We're taking one from the Jingzhou.
Taking 3 from the Frostborn. This is scary. All right, well, let's see what Chalice of Blood has in store.
And I think production had it exactly what it was. Go up to 20, get attacked, draw 2, and then resolute this last attack here. So you benefit from it. Force your opponent to commit resources into a lying trap. Almost like I play a card face down as a trap, and that's exactly what Risky Boots just sprung.
Yeah, no way for Risky Boots to pay 7 reserve for yet another acquiescing rejection here. So if the Resolute comes down, most likely it's going to go unopposed. But again, thinking really hard about the play here, wondering what other options he has in his hand. Is this maybe a planted explosives potentially? Dealing with the last remaining Frostborn Paladin coming in? And wanting to save the Resolute Stand for a future turn? Or...
Unfortunately, no planted because we are
there's the Resolute.
spiritless right
Oh,
now.
that's right. That's right. He did, in fact, release. So he has no access to fire right now. Well, Resolute coming down, Risky Boots thinking about their own response. But no, the Resolute is good, preventing that 3 damage, and Risky Boots now able to build a little bit up again, dropping a few more fractals, and trying to get to the point where he can do a bit more. Another Frostborn coming down.
And this is your defensive Frostborn to stop against that feared card.
Yeah,
or the feared
unfortunately, no
attack, I
float,
should say.
so not able to draw additional cards. But having the 2/3 on defense is not the worst. Not that I think Bannerien is going to be dealing 19 with a Striking Illuminance here, but he's in potentially a position to turn around after we start seeing the next set of Luxem Site reveals. This looks like a backup charger coming down.
Is close. We see an activation of Dao Chen.
The activation of Dao Chen, and then Bannerien points at the optical control, and Dao Chen slowly wakes back up.
Like, just wait till that trigger happens. I'll show you.
Yeah, it'll happen. But first, we're gonna see recover 6 as well as 2 damage to any target. Is this going to go to the Zhangjiao in order to keep shoring up defenses, or are we going to start poking in here? Is it time to start dealing damage to Risky Boots directly? Whoa, okay. 2 damage marked on one of the Frostborn Paladins.
Yeah, I think that's a smart way. You need to clear those boards just in case, because this is repetitive damage that's going to keep adding up unless you actually answer it. Like, yes, you do have your 2 Luxem sites now, but with the addition of that 3rd Frostborn Paladin, you're losing that race.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, such a But what a fascinating, just the ordering of effects, right? Getting the recovers before the optical trigger resolves, so that anything that Risky Boots is trying to play out of memory is too expensive for Diao Chan to activate. And then now that you've recovered, what is Diao Chan gonna do? Throw 3 damage at you? Like, that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, she can't do much. I was even curious what was trying to be activated because a shimmering refraction wouldn't kill.
Yeah, Shimmering
Um,
Refraction wouldn't kill, but it would have drawn a card. That said, Risky Boots could still do that if they're interested.
yeah, it's you get that cycle, that 1 damage in a cycle, and
Mhm.
that may help, but I think it still all comes down to that 3 damage from that Frostborn Paladin on that initial turn played.
Just looking at where the life totals have been this game, you can't help but think that things would have been different if that 3 damage had gone through.
Alrighty, we see the activation of the backup charger, drawing to memory, and Bonnie here with a striking illuminance coming in.
There it is. Yeah, trying to get all of the Luxem into memory in the main here, and then striking Illuminance directly in. The Frostborn Paladin is in the way, but it looks like he is targeting the rested Frostborn, so no intercept can happen here. And I guess the
Oh.
plan is get some more recovery, reveal that Lightweaver's Assault in order to deal the remaining 2 damage to the other Frostborn, and ooh, 3 Luxem Sights? Pack it up, Risky. Pack it up.
I think he drew a Luxem Sight into memory off of the backup charger.
Oh, what do you do in that situation? You've already lost one of your fractals of intrusion. It's not like you've got anything like a Regal Inquisition or anything in your deck. Risky Boots is in such a tough situation. How I'm not sure how he comes back from this. There's so much damage lost, and he's got to build up so many more fractals before he can get any kind of real damage in again. With only a 2 attack Frostborn and a 1 attack Zhang Zhao on the board right now, there's no way to overpower that 9 recover every turn.
Yeah, there are some moments when you need to learn to keep fighting, and some moments when you realize it's kind of over here. And I feel like the book is coming to an end here for Risky Boots in this game 1. Not a lot of influence, not a lot of fractals, and not a lot of options left for them.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree. With a 25 now minutes left in regulation, I feel like Risky Boots' strategic play here is pack it up, pack it in, and send it to game 2, and hopefully clean that one up a little bit quicker.
Indeed, I agree
But it
with
looks
you
like he's
here.
sticking it out. A little bit more damage coming in. We're gonna try and find some more cards. We're gonna try and find some more fractals. Gonna try and find some more gas and see what we can make happen.
Gas is always appreciated, but it feels really bad when the Luxem Xander player was 3 damage away from dying, and now they're 1 damage total on their champion, and that's what we're
Yeah,
about to see.
this is absolutely the Luxem Xander story. Like, yes, I was dead, but now I'm not. Good luck.
It's it just reminds me of the it's like I was killed, but then I lived.
Well, it turns out in Grand Archive, people don't die when they are killed.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, now we're just talking about gym matchups, and well, that gets complicated here. Bonnie just attacking in with a Dungeon to clear that Frostborn Paladin, passing the turn. Now it's just a matter of finding that second Lightweaver's Assault to win the game thoroughly, right? You have all the pieces in order. It's just a matter of letting the dominoes fall.
Yeah, not a whole lot of options left for Risky in this situation for sure. So, drawing a card, drawing a couple of more fractals, and maybe we'll see something good. I'm expecting both of these cards to go straight to the bottom. Yeah, there they go. Nothing on the top of his deck that is really going to turn the corner for him now that Bannerien is down to a cool 0 damage marked on his champion next turn.
Man, like I feel that frustration. Like every player who plays against Luxem Xander deck knows the feeling, especially if you ever played allies against it. You're so close to winning, and then you look at the life totals and you're like, how am I so far away?
Yeah, it's so ruinous. So 3 Luxem sites, that Lightweaver's Assault, and what is that promo card that he's got in between them?
Lightweaver's Assault.
Oh, yet another Lightweaver's Assault. Oh, that's a beautiful looking card.
It is the CPR National Redeem Invite, and it is about to be played, I believe, because double Lightweavers is going to be plenty enough damage.
Yep, double Lightweavers coming down for 16 would be exactly lethal if Risky Boots has no interaction for it. It does look like we have a Shimmering Refraction, so Risky Boots ready to deal a little bit of damage and draw an additional card into his memory. And we'll see whether or not that does anything for him.
Oh, we passed turn. Do we not have enough influence to double Lightweavers?
Well, it would surprise me. I think Bonnerien is up to 10. But also, he doesn't need to put his entire hand down in order to win this game. And if it takes another 10 minutes in order for him to win this game, that's not a downside for him either. Like, the last thing he wants is win game 1, Risky Boots clutches out game 2, and then they slog game 3 to a 1-1 tie.
That is fair. And in a 1-1 tie here means no one wins, since 4-0 is what gets the big prize.
Yeah, absolutely. So Bonnerien not playing slow, not like stalling his opponent, but you don't have to play your win condition if you don't want to.
Oh man, it is getting down to the wire. One thing to mention here, we're already 40 minutes into this game 1.
Yeah, it's looking tighter and tighter for Risky Boots to potentially try and make a comeback. I mean, we already know that it's going to be a Herculean effort on Risky Boots' part to get through the wall that Bonnerien has set up now. Captivating Opulence, a fascinating choice here. Very handy against that Insignia of the Korhazi, but not too worried about stuff like Safeguard Amulet or anything else. So is paying the tax on the Captivating Opulence beneficial because then you get more Luxa cards into your memory?
So 5 for that insignia, or is this in response to the opulence?
That looks like 5 to me.
5, that his 5. Those red sleeves are hard to tell. And what a 5 to put down.
Yep.
We're recovering, we're dealing some damage, all the goodies.
Yeah, there is 2 damage onto Risky Boots, also killing the Zhang Zhao. Still dealing damage, Bonnerien coming, dealing that 2 damage off of the Lightweaver's Assault, dealing 1 damage off of the Dungeon Guide. His game plan is progressing forward, and let's just not talk about the lethal that he's currently holding.
Do not address the elephant in the room. Do not address the lethal in the hand.
Yeah, it really does look like Bonnie is ready to let Risky have this game take as long as he wants. Because I think Bonnie feels completely safe here. I know that with that 25 health buffer, I would feel completely safe here. And yeah, this is, I understand also like not wanting to run his spells into negation. And he doesn't need to. He has this game kind of wrapped up either way.
Yeah, it is a possibility. A Glimmering Refusal is going to negate for 5, so if you don't have that additional influence to actually pay for it, then you can't close out the game, and you give Risky Boots, I wouldn't say a window to come back, but you make the game go longer than it should. So Bonnie, I think, just happy with dealing 4 damage a turn and just passing turn. You can't lose, and if you just secure the win in the next 19 minutes, that's still a big W.
That is, yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter when the win happens. that win is probably forthcoming soon enough. And it's not like Risky Boots has any recovery. I don't think there's even a Spalling Cleanse, the kind of standard one of Spalling Cleanse in his deck. So Bonnie really just has to keep the shields up enough that he doesn't get threatened to take 25 damage in one turn, which is unlikely, let's be honest. And there's not really a whole lot that Risky Boots can do here.
Yeah, 100%. It is you've lost 3 Burst Asunders, 3 Frostborn Paladins, 3 Shimmering Refractions, 2 Refracting Missiles. I think you're out of win conditions at this point.
Let's see. If he builds up to another, say, 8 or 9 Fractals, then both remaining Refracting Missiles plus a Shimmering Refraction is actually enough to 0 to 25 Bannerien, but that is going to take so long to get to. And if Risky Boots actually puts his full hand down for that, Bannerien absolutely has the win in response.
Yeah, it is a game of chicken where Bonnie is winning no matter what. And it's such a weird place to be in that the correct move is to not try and win the game here.
It's so funny that we're seeing the extra baubles come out of Risky Boots' board just to get fracturized or returned to the archive. Like, that's so cool. This game has gone entirely too long.
Is both players out of materializations? Oh no, it looks like there's one left for Bonnie here.
Yeah,
Which,
and that was
I'm gonna
Risky's last one.
Take a look at the list. What could it be? It's Mercenary Blade, I believe, is the last one.
It would have to be, yeah. I think that's the only card we haven't seen yet.
Oh, this is wild. Are we gonna see a deck out? Is Risky Boots just gonna draw through? Yeah.
Now?
Oh man. Oh, we got to reach out to our TO who chose this matchup. I'm pretty sure Brightwing is the one.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, this matchup plays out fairly fast, right? You have Fractals either closing the game out within the first couple of turns or within the first, 4 or 5 turns, or Luxem Xander closing the door to the point where Fractals doesn't really have a fighting chance. And I don't know. This is a kind of a Hail Mary here. We're seeing all of the damage come in. So we saw 7 damage from the Refracting Missile. This is going to be 6 damage from the Shimmering Refraction?
8.
Another with the Capulating Opulence. Another 7 damage from the Shimmering Refraction. And then there's got to be another trick. There's got to be another Burst Asunder. Do we have another Burst Asunder? There is a 4th one in the deck. 2 down. Is this Burst Asunder? With 2 cards left in hand? Burst Asunder with 2 cards left in hand. Potentially lethal, as long as there's not another in-cap or a return lethal coming out of Bonnie's hand.
There's
looks like in-cap
met by a glimmering.
Okay,
oh
does Bonnie have the influence to just pay 7?
No, you just go Lightweaver's Assault, right? In response to kill and recover.
Risky Boots' entire hand is down, so this could just be Lightweaver's. Yeah, Lightweaver's here just kills. All you need is 5 damage.
Oh man. Yeah. Oh, he just pays for it. He hard pays. Yeah. Oh, and game 1 goes to Bonnie on this Fire Luxem Xander in a very hard-fought 45-minute game 1. Both players looking to grab their sideboard and maybe try and close it out a little bit quicker, since there is not a lot of time to get to that game 3 if Risky Boots does win.
It's so easy for me to see Bannerien sitting there staring that Glimmering Refusal down and being like, if I just pay for the in-cap, does he try and kill me again next turn? How long does this go on? But no, like you were saying, the concede in response to paying for the in-cap, which is, of course, what we all expected. or paying for the glimmering rather. And yeah, and so now they're into the point where they are sideboarding and trying to see what they can do in the next game. We have a couple of options, I think, from the Fractals player. Although none really play super well here. We might see another Captivating Opulence. Wouldn't surprise me if the second Jianyu comes in out of the board, but Fantasia Hate doesn't do it. Topsy Decree doesn't really do a whole lot here. Shade Mist Priestess actually is very interesting, but doesn't really hold up against all of those Lightweaver's assaults. The Song of Frost might come in if he's worried about striking Illuminance, but yeah, not a whole lot against Luxem Xander.
Really not. You're right. And over on Xander's side, we see some Blanches. Delicious. So you love to bring those in. Another Topsy Decree. And I'm actually a big fan of bringing in the Uncover the Plot. It sort of accelerates your stabilization by an turn earlier, which I feel like is so much more important than trying to win a turn earlier.
Yeah, that is a completely fair point. And there is quite a few pieces of just sort of fluff in his deck that I think he doesn't mind moving along. Like he doesn't really need stuff like exploit vulnerability. So bringing in something that accelerates you once you get to 3 seems like a good plan.
It does. And there's always a possibility, Jim. Just because we saw a long game 1 doesn't mean game 2 will be the same. Fractals can get that turn 2, turn 3 kill line as easy as other aggro, like aggressive decks. So it's something Bonnie has to consider and be very cautious of. Because if we saw that like triple fractal start like we did last time into a refracting burst asunder, like that can just be game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Valk. There are definitely some lines that will allow the Fractals player to deal that 19 on turn 2 or 3 before Bonnie has the opportunity to really level up. So he does have to be worried about that situation. He cannot just rest on his laurels here.
Oh, resting on your laurels. That does sound nice, but you don't want to do it when your opponent has the potential. We see the glimpse here. Last game, I think Bonnie only put 2 back, and it looks like this game as well we're looking at 2, which means these hands must be pretty good draws if that's just what you're looking to throw down.
Yeah, I have to wonder what he's looking to be keeping here. Is he holding on to a Resolute Stand? Is he holding on to Incap? Is he holding on to Dungeon Guides? It feels like he must be looking for something like Angelic Channeling and Dungeon Guide to kind of smooth his draw, Creative Shock probably, to smooth his draws up in the early turns. But of course, first turn pass is standard for any fire deck.
It is a typical standard here. And we saw just a fractal turn 1 for Risky Boots into this backup charger, drawing in. So potentially not a lot of fractals here. Hopefully we
Just
drew
barely
into
enough
some.
influence.
Yeah. Get it in, 1 down. 2 fracturizing that power cell. So already just trying to accelerate your fractal count immediately on your second turn. And
Yep,
plus
this makes
setting up
sense.
that float.
I do love the early backup charger for Fractals. It definitely feels like a slightly more aggressive line than it would be from any other deck because you can fracturize your power cell, turn that into a fractal. And of course, the Frostborn Paladin eating the fracturize and turning that into 3 damage is great to see. This actually looks like a pretty aggressive start. Turn 2 only coming in for 3 damage, but has 3 fractals down and 6 cards still in hand. So a pseudo influence of 9 going to be 10 or 11 on his turn after his materialize.
The Frostborn Paladin did attack its first turn as well. So looking to be in a better spot than we did that game 1. And this time, Angelic Channeling only banishing a Lightweaver's Assault. Not that like Regal Luxem Sight combination we saw in that first game. But the Frostborn Paladin meeting an untimely demise from a planted explosive.
Frostborn Paladin, pretty good card, but Bani Rien here was prepared to deal with it. I'm
A
sorry,
literal
that was
trap.
egregious. So Bannerien moving into his next turn and again just passing here, I think.
Yeah, Jim, do you think there's a possibility? Are we releasing Spirit here? We
Oh,
are.
releasing Spirit in response to the Fire Resonance Bauble. That's so mean.
That is such a heads-up play, preventing that draw. You still get that recover 3, and you already use your plant explosives, so you're totally fine with no longer having access to fire. But I do want to ask you a quick question here, Jim. Do you think that this meta has sort of like gone full circle to where a lot of players, especially like newer ones who weren't around in that like FTC time period, don't know how to play against Luxem Xander these days?
It wouldn't surprise me, honestly. Luxem Xander hasn't been a force in the meta since Ryle. And even then, it was not the most popular deck that people brought. CL got a lot more play. Lorraine got a lot more play. So I think a lot of people just don't have that experience against this deck. And it really does play like no other deck. It has very unique lines. It has cards that don't do anything like other cards that you've seen, really unique effects. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to find out that a lot of, especially newer players, like you say, don't have that experience, maybe have never even run into this deck before.
Yeah, it sort of gives like Rye vibes, right? If you've never seen
Mhm.
or played against a Rye, you'll be very clueless on what they're trying to do. And that's exactly what Luxemsander feels like. Like, my opponent's not interacting with me. They're not doing anything, but like, how do I feel like I'm losing control of the game?
Yeah, it's a rough situation to be in. Well, the game is moving forward, a little bit of board advancement. Bannerien not doing a whole lot, getting that backup charger going. Risky Boots, in the meantime, dropping a Zhang Zhao, getting a few extra cards, up to 4 fractals now. Zhang Zhao on the board, and Return to the Archive being used in order to being used for float in order to bring out Diao-Chan level 1.
I'm just recollecting.
Return to the Archive having been used to sacrifice the Fire Resonance Bauble. That is not
Yes.
going to draw anybody any cards.
It ended up still drawing a card, just not in the way it intended.
Yes, in a somewhat roundabout direction. Well, Risky Boots going for some extra damage here. Dropping the refracting missiles for 5 damage, on top of the little chip damage that he's gotten from Zhang Zhao. So Bannerien sitting on 7 damage marked out of the 19 health on his level 1 champion. With his draw go style of gameplay, not a lot happening on Banneryen's board, of course, but using an angelic channeling here, getting a little bit more float, and probably moving into level 2 on his next turn.
Yeah, wanting to set up that level 2 as much as possible. And Aqueous Rejection coming in once again, saying, let me draw 2 or lose your float, or lose the ability of banishing. You still get the float.
Yeah, Acquiescing Rejection is definitely a rough position to be in. I find as a Fractals player that most of the time when I play Acquiescing Rejection, my goal is to get the cards. If my opponent gets to do whatever they want to do, then great, as long as I +1. So for Bannerien to be like, my angelic channeling is worth you +1ing, I think both of them are happy with that exchange. Which, I mean, I guess is what Acquiescing Rejection is all about.
Yeah, it's very fair. It's you give your opponent a hard, difficult question to answer, and it gets even more a frostbind into it as well. Definitely gonna have to pay 2.
Bannerien willing to pay 2, has the influence to spare for that. But that makes me wonder, is the paying 2 here going to benefit Risky Boots in some way? Does he have something else going that he's going to be able to deal with? Oh, and this is happening in Risky's end step. So he can't actually use a from memory glimmering refraction when Bannerien is down to 4 or less influence in order to actually negate it.
Yes, Dao Chen can only be activated on your opponent's turn, not your own. And this was an end phase fight.
Woof. That is an unfortunate loss of influence on Risky's side, playing a Frostbind for essentially no value.
Yeah, that Frostbind not hitting the mark quite as it was intended. And Bonnie able to get that level into 2, grab back that planted explosives. That is going to be some memory fodder for perhaps this dungeon guide. And we have such a stacked pile for our level 3. We have 2 Lightweaver's Assaults, 2 Gleaming Cuts, nothing but value here. And that dungeon guide Jim, it has hit the board.
Uh-oh, yeah, if he's going to level 3 here, still has some damage marked on him, but hopefully he has some Luxem sights coming. Only 3 minutes left in regulation, though, so Bannerien has to feel pretty good about being able to hold off the board that Risky Boots is currently presenting, right? Only 4 fractals on the field, so Risky's not presenting a huge damage profile. Burst Asunder at this point only coming in for 10 damage, which would put Bannerien at 17. So Risky needs to find 2 additional sources of damage, or another probably 2 fractals and 1 additional source of damage in order to close the game out here. So Risky Boots still has some work that needs to be done. And it's not like Bannerien is just going to sit and let that happen, right? We know that he has an in-cap in hand.
Yeah, it is. It is an inevitable, pretty much card here, interaction. Risky Boots has to try and bait it out somehow. More fractals is always helpful if we want to stick with these smaller damaging spells like Refracting Missile, Shimmering Refraction. Wow, more fractals.
Yeah, so up to 6 fractals now. Shimmering Refraction hitting for 6, Refracting Missiles hitting for 7, and Burst Asunder potentially hitting for a full 14.
Whew. That is a lot of damage here.
If he still has the influence, we could see a 7 plus 14, 21. That feels like a lethal line if he has Shimmering Refraction and Burst Asunder. And I think he has the influence to play both right now, given that he's at level 1.
Is it? I think you're correct. Yeah, just enough cards here. 2 down. We're gonna Burst Asunder.
Whoa, going straight into the Burst Asunder, ready to deal 14 damage, which would, given that Bannerien is currently only at level 2, would be lethal.
And the Glimmering Refusal.
Yep, in cap, immediately into the Glimmering Refusal.
Oh, let's see. Can't pay for the Glimmering, so that means the in cap will be negated and banished. And we just have a Refracting on top to close it out. Risky Boots, just like that, steals away that game 2. As slow as that game 1 was, game 2 went by quicker. 50 seconds left on the clock here. Not looking like a game 3 angle, and both these players may just be sitting at that 3-0-1 draw for this round 4.
Ooh, right down to the buzzer. Risky Boots coming in with a Burst Asunder that was just barely powered up enough. Off of that Refracting Missile, 6 fractals on the board. Pretty powerful board. And this is exactly what you were worried about, Val. You know, Fractals is an aggressive deck at heart. And sometimes you just get these really high roll boards. That wasn't even that high roll of a board, but sometimes you just get an aggressive enough board that your opponent doesn't have the tools they need to deal with. And Bannerien, I think, played it a little trickier than he needed to, using that Serene fire release in order to deny Risky Boots a card rather than getting full value out of that healing. But tough to say whether or not that would have made a difference. Honestly, with the Shimmering Refraction in hand, that would have been enough to, I think, overpower even the amount of healing that he lost from the early lineage release. So it really looks like Risky Boots had that second game firmly in hand, kind of regardless of what happened, which is a tough position.
Yeah, it did feel like a little bit of overconfidence, and you know what they say about that? Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. That extra 3 recovery may have been that difference maker there. You know, moral of the story, Jim, 3 damage, 3 recovery. Both of those may have costed the game for those players.
Absolutely, yeah. 3 is the magic number as far as this game is concerned. Just really fascinating to think about, what could have been had things gone the other direction. Had Bannerien been able to recover that extra 3, had Risky Boots been able to deal that extra 3 damage earlier on. We could be living in a world where it's still 1-1 but the other direction.
That is very true. And we just want to say thank you everyone for joining us for this TCG NA Online RDO Weekly, streamed here by Screen Balance Productions. Gonna run through the checklist here. Make sure if you want to, if you can, support us by becoming a member. Go ahead. You gain access to really cool emotes, really cool stickers, and a Discord channel. You could chat with all the casters, other members, and even production themselves in that. But if you don't want to spend money on the channel, that's okay as well, because you could spend something very more important, like some subscriptions. Go ahead and like the video, subscribe to the channel to keep up with all weekly tournaments and regionals, and it is a lot of really great content here. And a big shout out to all of our casters here tonight: Limit Break, JoyBoy, JimTheEternal, and of course myself holding it down, along with our production crew in the back, Once in Love and Clam. And then big shout to all of our TOs, judges, and all of the TOs and everyone in the distance working hard to make sure this tournament goes smoothly here. But those are my final words. Jim, do you have anything else to add as we wrap up tonight?
No, I think I just want to say thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure to cast the TCG Online Weekly, and a pleasure to be casting by your side, Valkyrie. This was a good time.
It's been a pleasure. Everyone, have a good night and take care.